Okay. This has been one of those days where every single time I'm like 2 minutes from starting the stream and something else happens. First, Twitch was like, by the way, you're affiliate now, which I don't really know exactly what that entails, but I assume that's a good thing, so cool. I guess that was good. And I'm like, all right, so I read into that to see what that meant. And then I'm like ready to start the stream after that. And then my live split breaks, the little timer thing. So I had to spend 5 minutes fixing that. And right as I'm literally about to press start stream, Twitch does another pop-up that says, you need to enable ads or some bullshit. I don't know. And I couldn't get it to stop, like, fucking with the stream, so I just refreshed the page, and that kind of worked. So, here we are. What was I going to say? So, yeah, if you are watching this on YouTube, and you're watching the recording, just for a little housekeeping stuff, this is part 2 of my Blood DK 80 to 85 speedrun. So this is just 84 to 85. Actually, apparently I built up a decent amount of rested experience, so it's going to be a little teensy bit faster than it normally would be. But if you want to watch the first part, which is 80 to 84, you can find that on YouTube. I'll throw in chat here a link for anybody just who missed it, maybe if they're coming into the stream. But obviously, if you're watching this on the second channel on YouTube, then the link is in the description and the pinned comment, and you can just find it there. But without any further ado, I think we're just going to kind of hop in, because there's really not a lot that I have to discuss. The only thing I want to make sure is, yes, it is Twilight Highlands, so I will continue the timer from where I left off, and then I'm just going to kind of go. And one thing I will do throughout this run is I'm going to queue up for dungeons just on the off chance that I get into a group. I forget what quest this is. I don't know if this is part of Twilight Highlands or not. I want to say it is. I vaguely remember it is, because Twilight Highlands is a really weird zone, because you don't go there directly until a decent bit into the questing process. I don't want enemies below. I'll keep that, though, because I'll probably have to talk to Garrosh again. But yeah, there's like, I have to go all the way to the top, and then I have to do a quest here. There's a bunch of stuff that you need to do in the main city, either Orgrimmar or Stormwind, and I don't know exactly how the Stormwind side of things plays out. I'll have to do some sort of alliance testing run. I honestly don't know if I'm going to stream that or not. Where do I go for this? Twilight Highlands Coastal Chart. Oh, I talked to this guy. Okay. Yeah, one of the problems with trying to stream all of, like, these speedruns is, well, I know a lot of people want to see it. The reality is, I have a lot of testing that I need to get done, and if I try to do a stream for every single one of them, it's just not really going to be efficient. Because, well, these streams are fun, and I know people like to have the commentary in addition to everything else. There is a certain level of, it takes more time for me to do something like this than it does for me to just sit down in like a spare hour or two and just get some testing done. And record it and jot down my findings, and then that way I can begin working on a guide. Because with the way that streams work, I need to carve out like a big stretch of time where I can't really do anything else, and that can be a little bit problematic. But these things work. So what, I just interact with demolishers, I guess, until one breaks, I think. And I'm not sure if it's always the same one, because obviously somebody just interacted with the demolisher here that broke. And unless, can I just keep interacting with the same demolisher until it breaks? Doesn't seem like it. Yeah, I think it's the same thing every time. Which, if that is the case, if there are 3 demolishers and only the third one breaks, and then you have to wait on a respawn, then theoretically this will be a bottleneck? Yeah, it seems like that's how it works. So on the plus side, that means once we know that, whenever I do this quest in the future, I can immediately go to the third one and just skip all the other stuff. But if they don't increase the respawn on that, then day 1, whenever most people start getting to Twilight Highlands, this is going to massively slow people down. Also, did I did queue for dungeons. It doesn't show normal. I'm used to it showing up in the bottom here, but I guess it doesn't do that in Cataclysm. My memory on that is a little bit fuzzy. Okay. And this in. Yeah, that's better than what I have. My bags are nearly full, which isn't great. Where's my beats? Okay, yeah, this is the part where I go to Ashara. Right. These quests I vaguely remember doing, just because I remember thinking it was pretty cool that you have to go out to Ashara. And I remember the introduction after you finish the Ashara quests, but my memory is fuzzy on like everything in between. And Twilight Highlands itself, I remember doing a lot of the quests up until you unlock the Dragon Maw camp, just because I did that on a bunch of characters, like even at max level, just because I needed to get the Dragon Maw like reputation hub set up, because otherwise it's just like the pre-phased version. But most of the quests after that I don't really remember doing. And I know I did Crucible of Carnage a bunch of times just because that's obviously very efficient for leveling. One thing I'll definitely test is I want to see if I can solo Crucible of Carnage as a Blood DK. I'm not entirely sure how hard that stuff hits. I've been able to solo a lot of really difficult stuff as Blood so far, but I feel like that stuff's probably going to be tuned to require 5 players. And if I'm trying to level really quickly on day 1, I'm probably going to get there before most other people, in which case I won't have many people to group up with to do that. It's kind of interesting how different Ashara looks post-Cataclysm. Like, a lot of other zones, you can kind of see the resemblance, but this place is very, very, very different pre- and post-Shattering. And it's fresh in my memory because I've spent a lot of time here farming the stupid Warlock portals in Sod. Or, well, I did before I completely gave up on Sod. Partially due to the Warlock portals, because it is just absolute misery to get all that stuff done. Alright. Hello, D. Sully. The run is going well. I only just started this part 2 of it. But I think the 80 to 84 section on YouTube honestly went pretty good. Especially considering this was like a template character, effectively fresh, brand new player run. And the next run that I stream, which I don't know exactly when that'll be, probably next weekend, just because that's... the weekend works really well for streams for me, just because I don't have any, like, events scheduled, for lack of a better word. So I can just sit down and get an entire stream done. So I will definitely do the next stream, which will be Prop Paladin, by that point. And I expect that to be even better, partially because now, you know, I'm familiar with the quests, but also because having consumables, having gear to start off with does speed things up. But considering I didn't have any of that, and I expected tanks to be relatively slow, it actually was really good. Blood DK is surprisingly powerful for leveling in Cataclysm, which is in stark contrast to how it feels in retail. I am very glad for that, because I love the idea of Blood DK, and I was excited to play it, but I was worried that it was going to feel a little bit janky, but nope, it already feels amazing. Where do I go? I guess these guys. So the most efficient way to do this would probably be to just find the packs of 3. So it seems like that saves a little bit of time. Could probably get rid of enemies below now.
Don't waste my time.
Induction, oh, fuck. I vaguely remember this quest, just because I'm pretty sure this is the one where there's, like, a goblin running in circles around the entire city, and you have to chase him down and interact with him to pick up the camouflage. And I vaguely remember this being very, very annoying to do. Foreman intimidated. Okay. So I need to find the camouflage guy. That is a foreman.
Be careful out there.
Just gonna pop Empower Rune Weapon. I doubt I'll be fighting much else, so I don't really need to be worried about using my cooldowns efficiently. I got credit for that. Now, the camouflage. Ah, there it is. Oh. Okay, well that quest was much easier than I remember it being. I have like a vague memory of that being super annoying. If I had to guess, when I was a kid, I probably tried to chase that goblin down on foot and just did not have a good time. But you can just kind of land on him with your mount and it just kind of works. So for dungeons, the only dungeon I'm going to be doing, or the only 2, because I guess I've unlocked a new one since I was queuing yesterday, is Lost City of the Tolvir or Stonecore. Because I don't really want to spam dungeons as part of this run, but I would like to try every single dungeon at least once. So if I get one of the ones I haven't done yet, then I will complete it. But otherwise, I'm just going to skip it. And most of the time, you end up getting Blackrock Caverns or Throne of the Tides, because the vast majority of people queuing right now on the beta are level 80 or 81. And those are the only dungeons they have access to. So I don't actually expect to get into any of the dungeons that I want, but figure I might as well continue queuing just in case. You need to watch my new video so you can gear up your Vengeance DH? Yeah. I hope you find it helpful. I spent a decent amount of time putting that together. And it's always one of those tricky things with catch-up guides, because I inherently left a lot of information out of that video. But there is so much info. Where, like, if I were to sit there and go into the minutia of, like, how to really min-max gearing, like, really min-max it, oh my god, is it a fucking nightmare. Do I just wait here? Yeah, I think I have to wait for the thing to show up. Okay, so I just sit here and now I can just ramble. One thing that I thought about doing, I don't know if I'll do it now, but I thought about just making effectively a second channel companion video that just goes into extreme detail where it's like unedited and I'm just rambling about all of the different gearing things. Because something that, like, the early section of my video, I talk about how due to the awakened rotation, there are multiple different activities that give types of gear. And some of them are empowered depending on which raid is empowered, and others are not empowered, and the empowered activities give 480 gear, and the unempowered activities still give good gear. It's like 460, which is worth doing, but whenever they are part of the fated raid that is currently active, they will now give 480 gear. And we still don't know exactly how it's going to work on week 7+, because while we know that all raids are going to be empowered and all reputation buffs will be active, we don't know if that means that all of the gear will be upgraded to 480, and that'll make it even easier. I assume it will, but it's literally impossible to know. Blizzard hasn't said anything, and it hasn't been testable in the PTR. So I could either go on a long tangent for 15 minutes explaining how to really optimize your gearing, or I could just say, fuck it, 90% of people aren't going to care about that. So I basically just did the brief explanation of, hey, when this stuff is empowered, it gives 480 stuff. When it's not empowered, it gives 460. Do all the 480 stuff first, then do any 460 stuff until you have most of your gear. And that's like the most efficient way to do it. And I think that covers it. And that way, instead of spending 15 to 30 minutes going into all this pointless detail, I cram all that information into 45 seconds, which definitely makes it more watchable. But I always have to worry about, where is the cutoff point? Where is it not enough information and where is it too much information? You were just thinking about that? Gotta be so much shit to do? Yeah. I'll be curious to see if it does play out like that. Brockendum said, hey man, how's your day been? So far good. It's been tiring, because speaking of which, I just published that video that I'm talking about, the alt catch-up one on my main channel, which I put out like an hour ago, and I was working on it, obviously, all morning, all night. I had it mostly finished last night, but then I took a break because I didn't want to post it at like 3 a.m., so instead of finishing the video and getting it out like in the middle of the night, I stopped to do some Mythic Plus dungeons and pug some normal raids on my bear to get it just a bit of extra gear. And then this morning I finished up the rest of that video and got it done. And now we're doing the stream, which should be fun. I'm excited for Cataclysm, so I'm always happy when I actually get to play it. But yeah, on that note, it is, I don't know, there's also other stuff, right, where guides like that, there's kind of two sides of it, because there is aiming that guide at brand new players who are starting Dragonflight in Season 4. And then there's a lot of people who have played Dragonflight, and the only thing they're unfamiliar with is the new Season 4 changes. So obviously, I went into a lot of detail on like the dungeon rework, on Bronze Bullion and stuff, because that is relevant information for everybody. But, for instance, crafted gear. Crafted gear works exactly the same this season as it has always. The only difference is how you get sparks, which is something that I covered in detail. But in terms of the whole using the work order system, getting a crafted piece, etc., well, I'm not going to dedicate a ton of time in an alt catch-up video to something like that when most people already know it. So what I think I might do in the War Within and just going forward, now that I have the second channel to do things like that, at the very start of Dragonflight, I will probably make very start of the War Within, I will make guides for all that stuff, like the new changes to crafting, etc., and obviously the gearing guides and stuff will link to that, because I like to link up my videos, make like one video on each topic, and then they're kind of interconnected. Like, you know, if you want more information about this, go check that out, that kind of thing. And I think as we get further into the expansion, I will continue making the alt catch-up guides, because as a general thing, people like that. It tends to do well. But what I can maybe do is have an unscripted, brief explanation of, if you are a brand new player, this is how you get crafted stuff, and I put that on the second channel. That way, only people who are brand new and are unfamiliar with the system will care about that, and they can just check that video out, and it won't fuck up the algorithm. Still trying to figure out how to properly connect the two channels, but I think I actually did a pretty good job with some of the sod stuff on that. What the fuck is going on? Look at that Zeppelin. What does it do? It's just fucking flopping all over the place. I do not remember this working like that. I'm pretty sure that's not intended. Okay, I'm gonna leave Q, because I don't know what's gonna happen if I try to take a dungeon queue while on here. I also do kind of want to focus now, because I love these quests. The Horde Twilight Highlands introduction is fucking awesome. It's crazy how long ago this was. And this is a better zone introduction than half of the shit in, like, the last 3 retail expansions. Like, the only thing that comes close is, I would say Legion, they had some really good intros. But, like, WoD intro is kind of boring. A lot of the more recent intros are really boring. BFA intro is super lame. Dragonflight doesn't really have an introduction, so that doesn't really count. Shadowlands, the Maw intro is fucking awful. Easily some of the worst quests ever created. And then we have this from 2011? Whenever Kata was, and it's fucking sick. I also just love Garrosh, though. I was a warrior main in Hearthstone, so whenever Garrosh is on screen, I am fucking happy. This is, like, the perfect era of Garrosh, too. It's when he was, like, super fucking cool, and before they ruined him in MoP, and just made him get corrupted for no reason. Zeppelin's still bugging out. I'm trying to remember how they used to behave. I think, if I recall, the Zeppelins are supposed to lightly bob up and down and do, like, very small shifts to seem like they're moving with the wind. And I'm guessing that whoever copied the code probably copied it wrong, so instead of doing very slight shifts, they're just bouncing all over the place. I forget, do I actually get to do anything as part of the introduction? Or is it literally just sit back and watch? I can't actually use any of these turrets. What do you need to know to a new plat... I'm sorry, Brockendom, I'm not sure what you mean by that question. Could you rephrase that? Oh shit. Big dragon. This is my favorite part. Oh. God, old Garrosh was the fucking best. Yeah, I guess I don't do anything. I couldn't remember, but it looks like I just sit here as the entire thing plays out. Well, I can actually do damage to it, but I'm pretty sure that... Maybe I do need to kill it. Oh yeah, and then you use the parachute. Yeah, that's gotta be one of the coolest zone introductions ever. God. I wish it was a little bit more involved, like I wish you could fire the turrets and stuff. But I went into this remembering, like, loving that introduction as a kid. And my nostalgia did not disappoint. The Garrosh get off my ship line is still so fucking good. Oh. Also, you know, I never even thought of it, but I guess today is technically the last day to get any transmog I want, huh? I kind of told myself I was going to spend a lot of time farming transmog before Cataclysm came out, and then I just kind of didn't. I just never got around to it. Oh well. It's like mostly Zul'Grub. You know, maybe at the end of the stream, since... Did I? I think I have to... Yeah, Questy lies to me sometimes. I have to do this stuff before I can actually... Is there anything really important for a new WoW player to... Or for a new player to WoW? I mean... Yes and no. Well, like... The answer, I guess, is yes, right? For sure. The problem with that is there's almost so much that is important to know that I would almost say it kind of like overflows into just being not important at all. And I would say that if you're brand new to WoW, your biggest focus, like really the most important thing to know is just have fun. That's really it. Just, do I need to... What happened to my NPC? What? Oh. Yeah, just have fun, because there is so much to WoW. It's like, you could spend a shit ton of time trying to figure out everything right as you get into the game. And if you keep trying to, like, learn everything right at the start, you're just going to get overwhelmed, and it's probably going to make you want to quit. It's a very, very, very involved game. Especially considering there's, like, multiple different versions of WoW now. So the answer to that also kind of depends on which version of the game you're playing. If you're playing Retail, Cataclysm Classic, Classic Era, like SOD, etc. And... yeah, that's why it's like, I could sit here and I could tell you, I could talk for hours and talk about important things that you should know as a new player, and I'm sure that I have a lot of videos on my YouTube channel covering stuff like that that you might find helpful. But, like, another thing is, some of my most popular videos are my leveling guides. But while leveling is kind of the first thing that you do as a new player in World of Warcraft, I actually generally recommend that new players don't use my leveling guide, not because it won't work for them, like it would, but the entire idea of my leveling guide is you're just trying to get to the end game as quickly as possible. And while, technically speaking, the end game is where most things happen in World of Warcraft these days, there is still a lot that you won't learn if you just skip all the way to the end. So a lot of times you're just going to have more fun and have an overall better learning experience by just kind of exploring the game on your own and figuring things out as you go. And just don't fret too much about getting super duper caught up. Because the reality is, if you are brand new to World of Warcraft, getting fully, completely caught up to where everybody is right now in terms of knowledge and understanding, it's gonna take you literally years. And that's kind of daunting, right? The idea that you'd have to spend years to really sink your teeth into the game, as much as the people who are currently playing it. But I also view it as a good thing. You can still have fun in those years. But it means that you have so much of the game to explore. Whereas a lot of that stuff, like a lot of the magic, is kind of lost for me. A lot of people say that, like, WoW players are angry and always, like, never happy and always upset. And I think there's kind of two sides to that. Because to me, it's like, yeah, I've seen it all. So I know how the game has played for a long time. So I'm obviously critical of, the company Blizzard whenever they do stupid stuff. But at the same time, there's going to be parts of the game that I don't necessarily enjoy. And I've played long enough to understand that and know that, yeah, this stuff is just things that I don't find fun. So I'm just not going to concern myself with it. Whereas a new player, you get to experience that and figure it out on your own for the very first time. Kind of a little bit of a long-winded answer, but I think that's probably the best way that I could put it. Oh, perfect. The ghouls rounded everything up. Oh, spread my diseases. And then blood boil spam for big damage. Good to know. No problem. Glad it was helpful. 8 hours of pure questing, and you were 84. Did you do solo dungeons? Well, I didn't solo dungeons. I queued up for dungeons 1 or 2. But honestly, the dungeons were relatively inefficient. Because I did Throne of the Tides and Blackrock Caverns when I was already level 83, just for fun, because I wanted to see them. But yeah, it was 8 hours pretty much of pure questing. This isn't necessarily like a really fast run, and I can absolutely shave off a ton of time. But this was on a template character, the template level 80 that they give you, so it had no consumables, no gear, nothing like that. So definitely not like an optimized speedrun setup, but I guess you could view this more as like a new player speedrun. If you're coming in here with like a brand new character that doesn't have anything from Wrath Classic, how long will it take you roughly? And why is it not? Yo, that didn't work. Where are the other civilians? There's a bunch over here. Yeah, I think that's everything. Yeah. I should also note that, of course, the entire point of this is to test a lot of the quests. So, yeah, I want this. That's an upgrade. So there were a lot of times in the questing process where it was really inefficient. Just because certain Cataclysm quest lines aren't necessarily great. And I think there's going to be like a really optimized route, ideally, by the time I'm done doing all my testing, which I suppose I have like, what, 20 days to do? And by the end of that, then I should skip a lot of those really inefficient quest lines where I'm just getting, like, no experience. But for the purposes of testing... Oh, Questy was just bugging out. For the purposes of figuring it out, testing it, getting it done, I just kind of pushed through that in this run. But now we know. Just a power rune weapon. Did I equip the... No, I didn't even equip the item I just got. Yeah, that would have been helpful. Can't use it while I'm stuck in combat. What was I saying before? There's like something that I was about to talk about, and then I got distracted. Anyway. Oh, yeah, I remember. I'll say that after I... but yeah, one of the things that helped make me... Or helps me make the alt catch-up guide is... Oh, there we go. I thought it was supposed to be out here. It just took a sec to load. A bunch of my friends from Season of Discovery have recently started playing Retail WoW. And that has really helped me get a lot of insight into the new player experience. So I actually asked one of my SOD friends to proofread my script for the alt catch-up video, because I figured he is the perfect person to read through that and give me any pointers on it, because he literally just went through it. Then he actually said, yeah, no, that checks out. That pretty much perfectly aligns with my experience gearing up. So that really helped. So that way I had direct confirmation from a brand new player, who's obviously the, intended audience of that guide, that, yeah, this is all of the information that I would have wanted like a week ago, effectively. And honestly, that's how I make a lot of my videos, not necessarily talking to my friends. It works out really well when I know somebody who is, the target audience for one of the videos I'm making. But a lot of times just, like, talking to people and hearing the concerns of, like, a new WoW player gives me a lot of really good ideas. Like, one tip that I remember hearing from a new player who, like, messaged me back in patch 10.1 to ask me questions about getting caught up is they expressed to me that to them, one of the biggest concerns for them is understanding how to get their item level up really high. Because I remember when I was giving them advice and stuff, I kept telling them, like, you know, you don't need to worry about your item level quite as much. Like, they seemed hyper fixated on it. And they told me, well, I've been kind of trained by the way that kind of the community works to view item level as more important than everything else. Because, you know, getting into groups, what do people look at? They tend to look at your item level. What does, like, the Blizzard use as a requirement to let you queue up for LFR or something like that? Item level. And while I tend to view that as less important because, you know, I played the game long enough to know that if you have low item level but optimized stuff, and obviously if you understand how to play your class, that's all that really matters. And in some cases, there's really low item level pieces that are actually best in slot. Like, told this story before, but I got rank 1 Magmarax as a Vengeance DH, rank 1 Mythic Magmarax specifically, on my guild's very first kill using Drogbar Rocks, which was a 411 trinket back when Mythic item level trinkets were either 441 or 447. And I had a 447 trinket in my bags that I could have used. But Drogbar Rocks was just genuinely a better option. So I was wearing something 30 item levels lower on Mythic progression on our first kill. And not only did it worked so well, I got a rank 1 parse using it. And sometimes that's the thing, you know, none of the other Vengeance Demon Hunters were using Drogbar Rocks, even though it would have been better than whatever they were using, because a lot of people just view it in binary terms. Is it higher item level? Yes, I equip it. And they don't think through it any further than that. But what that kind of insight gives me is, okay, when I'm making these guides, I do want to put some emphasis on, like, if all you care about is increasing your item level, this is what you should do. But then I try to throw in little reminders in there that item level isn't the only thing that's important. Like at the end of my alt catch-up guide, which is ostensibly to get caught up on gear, I include a section about the Amir Drasil Helm enchant, which has absolutely nothing to do with item level. It's just there to increase your character's power. And a lot of people who are very item level fixated may skip that because they're like, doesn't increase my item level, don't need it. Even though you could argue that that Helm enchant is worth way more than a lot of minor item level increases that you could get. And it doesn't really take that much time to get. Yeah. I mean, honestly, I didn't get Drogbar Rocks nerfed. Surprisingly, when they did all of those nerfs after I made a video about Drogbar Rocks, of all trinkets, they didn't nerf that one. That was kind of the funniest thing to me. They nerfed some of the trinkets, like, what was it? The Smoldering Howler Horn, which honestly wasn't even that good. But in my video, I mentioned in passing that this may be good for 2-minute classes, but it was so rare that nobody even had it on sim lists because people didn't even really know it existed. And I mentioned, yeah, this might be good. It's maybe worth considering. And Blizzard nerfed that, and they didn't actually nerf Drogbar Rocks itself. They did nerf, they nerfed the Magma Claw lore, but that one, I don't even take full responsibility for that. I was kind of the one who made that well known, but I wasn't even the person who discovered that particular trinket. That was discovered by, it's one of the big healer theory crafters. I think his name starts with a V. Here, I feel bad not remembering their name, so I'm going to quickly check the Discord. Volk. Yes, Volk. That's what it was. Do I have to? I guess I have to chase him? No. It's just RP. Yeah, so Volk was the one who discovered that. And then I knew some healers who had been talking to Volk about it. And I basically got permission to use the screenshots and stuff in my video to, like, raise awareness about that. And some people were mad at me for getting that trinket nerfed. But, like, all of the good healers that I knew were actually happy that I brought attention to it and got it nerfed. Because none of them wanted to use that trinket. Because it was so difficult to actually get that thing to drop. And a lot of the healers I knew farmed it because they're like, fuck it, if Blizzard doesn't nerf this, I'm gonna have to get this. And many of them didn't actually manage to get it to drop because it was stupidly hard to get. You had to, it was only available every other week because it was off a very specific rare mob that would only spawn within the Researchers Under Fire event. So you had to specifically get the trinket to drop off that rare mob, and then it had to roll, like there was a hidden Titan Forge chance for it to become Adventurer instead of Explorer. So getting the required RNG to get that trinket to even be able to use it was a massive pain in the ass. So most of like the mythic raid healers I knew were glad that it got nerfed. And I was really glad because they just didn't even touch Drogbar Rocks. Like, in my mind, I'm like, this is a sacrifice that I have to make. I have to kill Drogbar Rocks, one of my favorite trinkets, but I get a cool video out of it. But I got the best of both worlds. I got my cool video, and I got to keep my overpowered trinket, and it's still overpowered to this day. And fun thing, I considered including a tip about this, but I figured that kind of falls into the category of it's a little bit too min-maxy to include in the guide. But if you are a melee DPS or a tank, you can get a guaranteed Drogbar Rocks right now from the treasure. What's it called? Whatever the treasure mouse thing is, where you have to click it a bunch of times and open the chest. The only downside to that is if you've already done that treasure, there is no guaranteed way to get Drogbar Rocks. And as far as I can tell, yeah, the old trunk. Yep, that's the one. From what I can tell, Drogbar Rocks is not actually dropping as a BOE right now, because I have not managed to find it listed on the auction house on Undermine Journal. Or what is it called? The Undermine Exchange, whatever the new name for that is. But it's not on there on any server, which leads me to believe that it's just not dropping. Which is a little bit weird because... Oh, what the fuck? It was dropping as a BOE in patch 10.2. And I actually used a Explorer Track Drogbar Rocks at my Blood DK for like a few weeks when I was first gearing up. Because it is still a very good trinket. And it's kind of in a similar boat now where you're not going to use Drogbar Rocks for a very long time because back when we were using it in Aberrus, it was on the Adventurer track, which, while not amazing, did go up to at least a decent item level. Explorer track is really hard to justify using once you have actual gear. Because there's just so many better trinkets, especially now in Awakens. I keep having to resist the urge to call it Faded. In my head, I still call it Faded. But in the Awakened season now, we just have access to so many powerful trinkets that, while Drogbar Rocks is still good, it just can't really compare to the other options that we have. Oh, what is... Just got a bunch of... Oh, that's... Bruckendum gifted a sub. Oh, wow. Thank you. That is, I think, the first sub that I've ever gotten on Twitch, because I believe that I only just got subs enabled for this stream. So thank you very much, Bruckendum. I appreciate that. I don't really know exactly how that stuff works, but just got a bunch of big pop-ups on Twitch. What do I need to do? Scouting the shore. Scout the beachhead control point on the Twilight Shore. You don't need to capture it. What the fuck? Oh, fuck, I accidentally moved. Okay. It says I don't need to capture it, and yet... I guess there's just a hidden objective point that I need to touch. I do not remember these quests at all.
Hey, how you doing?
Huh. I mean, if all of them are as simple as walk up to an invisible checkpoint, touch it, and then you get quest completion, then pretty good. Salvageable shredder. Okay, so it's not one of these. It's a specific type of shredder. Oh, it must be over here. Okay. I really hope that they get the quest tracker working properly on the Cata Beta soon. I hope I don't need to take 2 minutes to do this, because that is not super efficient. Oh. will say, I'm like, one thing that I've been doing over the past few days is I've been trying to get, like, thumbnails and stuff prepared for all of, like, the Cataclysm dungeon guides. Because in the past, that has taken me a lot of time to make. Like, it took me a bunch of time to make all the thumbnails when I did the Wrath dungeon guides. So, more recently, I've gotten really good at making thumbnails. Oh, nice. That's pretty fast. I've gotten really good at, like, being efficient with it. Because before, I would, like, kind of create every thumbnail from scratch. And now, to try and save time, what I've been doing is, like, I have one gigantic Photoshop file. And initially, it was a major mess. And I spent, like, 5 hours. That's how big the file was. 5 hours, like, this weekend, just looking through all of the different Photoshop files that I've used over the past, like, few months, and taking all of, like, the little assets that I use, like the characters and the text and stuff, like little special things that I put in the thumbnails, and just condensing them all into one gigantic file, and then I have, like, a million folders to kind of sort and categorize it all, and make sure that it's all there. And I kind of started doing that for a lot of the retail thumbnails like a few months ago, and that seemed to work really well. Just having the organization really clean made it much easier to get thumbnails done in time, because that way I'm not having to, like, look to get it all started from scratch. I'm like, oh yeah, I want to use a similar effect to what I did in this other thumbnail, just pop over there, re-enable the layer, and maybe do, like, a little bit of tweaking, and I'm good to go. And now I'm just kind of making sure that that applies to every single thumbnail. And I think that I should be able to get those finished really quickly. And that's going to be important because I have 20 days to get, like, 1 million videos done. To the point where I don't know if it's going to be realistically doable. It probably won't be, though I'll try. But I will probably need to maintain a schedule of close to daily uploads to be able to get everything out on time. And every time I try that, it fails, because it is ridiculously hard to maintain a daily upload schedule when you're also trying to make everything, you know, edited and polished. But the only way I am going to be able to reasonably achieve that is if I get everything correctly sorted. Hey, Azrael, good to see you. But I am happy with the work I got done on that. But at the same time, it's, I'm always trying to think of ways that I can save time, because it feels like I never have enough time. And I don't know. One thing that I'll probably post about in the Discord later on is I didn't really want to bother people with it while Cataclysm was still in beta, because I don't think there's that many people playing the Cataclysm beta. But I will probably ask for help in testing a lot of the other Cataclysm zones for like 1 to 60 for specifically Cataclysm Classic. Obviously, I've done most of these zones on retail, which is why I don't think I need to test them quite as much, because I'm generally familiar with the quest progression. But I will probably ask, like, if anybody feels like leveling an alt in Classic and you want to test out zones, like, please record how long it took you to level, and even better if you can, like, record it and post the footage so I can glance over that stuff. Because I want to make a leveling guide, and I have, like, a general idea on... Oh, my... ALEXA. I don't want to activate it, just it's really loud. I don't know if that picked up on my mic. But it's one of those things where when you're making a leveling guide, well, you may already kind of know what the most efficient quote-unquote route is, and I have a general idea on what that will be for definitely Horde, not so much Alliance. I need to do more testing for that. But I still need to test all of the zones that I think aren't good just to rule them out. And as long as I have somebody test, like, what's a good one? Like Desolus, for instance. Desolace in Classic is just, even in Cataclysm, like the new version of Desolace, it's just not very good. It's very spread out. There's no real coherent path through the zone. Definitely not a super efficient leveling experience. Like, there's a lot of Cataclysm zones like that that aren't great. And then, but there's ones like Thousand Needles. While Thousand Needles isn't something that I use as part of the leveling route, I'm not exactly sure where it fits into the classic leveling experience, but I remember it actually being relatively decent. But then I'll have to see, compared to dungeon leveling, for instance, is it fast? Because dungeon leveling, especially if you have tank queues, is pretty good for classic leveling. So there might be some brackets where just dungeon spamming is even better. And I'll have to check that out. What's my process for testing zones? Well, on retail, it's obviously a little bit easier because everything scales, right? So on retail, I can just take a character, get it up to a certain threshold, and then test a bunch of zones at the exact same level. That way, it's a very controlled test. All of the conditions are exactly the same. I think I need to kite him into the mortar explosions. Yeah. So that's much easier. It's a little bit trickier in Classic because... well, also different classes have different leveling efficiencies. It's not like retail where most classes can do like the same general AoE pulls, even if like Guardian and Windwalker are better. And obviously quests don't scale, so... well, for instance, Silverpine Forest, as we saw in the Goblin run, is still really good in Classic, just like it is in retail. The problem with Silverpine for Goblins is you finish the Goblin starting zone at like level 15. So by the time you actually get to Silverpine, you're over-leveled for the quest and everything is green. So it was like still pretty good, and I'm 99% sure that is going to be the best option for all other Horde races. It's a little bit tricky when it's like Goblins end up in this really wonky position where they're slightly too high level for Silverpine to be really efficient, but not high enough level to start Hillspread Foothills. So what do? You just kind of accept the fact that your leveling is just going to be inefficient. I suspect that, honestly, that is probably still the best option. Just do the green Silverpine quests. But realistically speaking, if you want to, I think that dungeon spamming until you reach Hillspread Foothills is probably a better option. But I know not everybody will want to do that. Honestly, though, I'll be able to test that again on, well, tomorrow. So, probably a good time to talk about that, actually. I'll post this in the Discord, my exact plans, when I, like, 100% nailed it down. I am not going to stream on YouTube tomorrow for the Cataclysm pre-patch, but I will probably stream on Twitch. Because I am going to be leveling my Goblin tomorrow, no matter what. Can I... there's a faulty valve right there. What the hell? Range is 5 yards. Oh. Yeah, because it was saying no target. It just means I need to get closer. Okay. Interesting. The Krasworks quest, like this stuff I have not done in a very long time. It's also annoying that some of the mobs are gray. But yeah, Azuro, for the record, if you do feel like helping out, because I know you like to do a lot of, like, leveling testing. If you don't, by the way, no worries about it. Like, don't feel pressured to help. I don't want anybody to feel like they're forced to do that. It's one of the reasons I very rarely ask people to help me do testing stuff, because I don't want people to feel like, you know, I better level a character because, like, you know, Haraldin asked. No, I like to do a lot of that stuff myself. It's just sometimes people offer, like, hey, I'm going to be leveling a character. Do you want me to test anything for you? And in this case, I actually will need people to help. I already know, like, a few people who offered, and I told them about this, and they were like, oh yeah, I could definitely do that when the pre-patch goes live. So I'll just extend the offer publicly for anybody who wants to, and I'll kind of post a list of the criteria that I'm looking for in terms of testing it. And the main thing that I want for people who are like doing that testing is I honestly don't want people to limit themselves to very specific formulas. All I care about for the purposes of that testing stuff is that people at least tell me what conditions they tested it with. So I don't want somebody to just post, like, with no context, I did Silverpine Forest and I got 5 levels and it took me X amount of time. That doesn't help me. But as long as they say, I started Silverpine Forest at level 13. I finished at level 17 or something, and it took me 1 hour, 20 minutes. And even better if they happen to record it, and I can see, generally speaking, how long it took them, if they have information about what class they were playing, stuff like that, whether they had heirlooms, whether they didn't have heirlooms. All of that information will be useful, and then I will just kind of parse through all of that later on and see if there's any useful information that I can gain from that. But any testing, any information in that regard will be helpful, but I will post like more detailed descriptions of kind of what I'm looking for, what would help me make a better leveling guide, effectively. Okay, here we go, 10 out of 10. And I forget how this works. I assume, yeah, I have to fly down here. And I'm guessing, can I use this while mounted? Nice, I can. Alright. That's one thing I like about a lot of Cataclysm quest objectives. You can use a lot of this stuff while mounted just as if you were in Druid flight form. Which, on one hand, means that Druids will lose a little bit of value for this because they don't have utility that nobody else has. It does mean that Druids aren't absolutely mandatory for speedrunning a lot of this stuff. For Kata stuff, you've just been doing Worgen 1 to 10 speedruns over and over. Yeah. You don't have any classic characters. Yeah, and that's the thing. The reason why I mostly want people to help out with the low-level stuff is I know a bunch of people offered to help even though they don't play classic, because they can just create a level 1 character. And that's the thing, even if they don't have heirlooms and they don't have anything else, just a new player's experience leveling through the zones is equally helpful. But I guess if you have been testing Worgen, and you have like information on that, then I'd definitely be curious to see that. I plan on doing at least one Worgen run to test it, but Worgen and Goblin are kind of like a known quantity, so I don't plan on doing a ton of testing for it, but it'll still definitely be useful if you do have any runs that I could take a peek at. What the... Okay, I don't think this cannon is in the best position. What about this one? Jesus. You have to really lead the shot. Actually, wait. The cannons on top of that tower look like they would be in a much better position to snipe these griffins. You'll try and record a good 1 to 10 speedrun? Awesome. Well, I would say if you're doing Worgen stuff, if you could, and this is entirely just like, if you don't want to do this, absolutely totally fine. But if you are able to record like all the way through the Worgen starting zone, which I don't know what level that would be, but it's probably like up to 15-ish. I think that would give me a better idea. Because the main thing that I'm curious about from like a Worgen perspective is how far their starting zone gets them in Cataclysm. I'd assume if it's anything like Goblin, it probably gets them to level 15-ish. Like, I think my Goblin got to 14.5 by the end of it. And one of the other things is I assume you don't have any heirlooms on Classic, right? So you're just doing it with, like, whatever you start off with. God, my line of sight keeps getting obstructed in this cannon. And that cannon is not actually enterable. Yeah, so that... all my shots are just... ah. There's got to be a better cannon location. What about this one? Kinda... most of the griffins are way too low. See, I feel like the trick with this quest is once I figure out which cannon is in the best spot, like, this cannon seems pretty good. If I can actually hit something, there we go. This is at level with where most of the griffins are, and it's not obstructed. Yeah, I think this is the cannon to use. This doesn't seem too bad. If you're doing this on launch day and all the cannons are taken, this is gonna suck. Okay, can I hit that? Come on, come on, come on. Yes! Oh, that was a long distance shot. Nice. Okay. Let's head back down this way.
I ain't getting paid to chat.
I don't think I need any of this.
You ever need any? You know
Oh.
where to find.
What? What is going on? I guess this is some mandatory cutscene that I can't skip. I think? Oh. Alright, it just teleports me down here. My vendor NPCs on my Tundra Mammoth aren't appearing. I have absolutely no idea what's going on. I want to clear out my bags, but I guess I'll do that later if it's not working super well here. Okay. Ooh. I love when they give you a Gatling gun for the vehicles. That's always the most fun. Nice. This one I have to press the button over and over and over. It doesn't auto-fire like the one from the mop intro. Fuck, I missed that. I need marksman. Also, I see a new message in chat. I will read it in a second. I'm just trying to focus. Apologies. None of these shots are hitting. What the fuck? The hitbox on this is really, really, really tight. That's kind of working. I need cannoneers. Where are the cannoneers? There we go. Is that everything? I think that's, yeah, all of them.
I get no respect around
God,
here.
that fucked my hand. I have to, like, rapidly tap that button. I think I just jumped down. Yep. You can definitely run through the rest of the zone a couple times. Awesome. Yeah, I'd really appreciate that. In that case, that would work out well, because what I do is... I do my testing runs with heirlooms on the Worgen. And then if you did testing runs without heirlooms, then I would have both my runs to see if you have heirlooms, what level do you exit with? And if you don't have heirlooms, what level do you exit with? That way, in my guide, I can account for that. Because I'm sure there's going to be a lot of people trying Worgen. So that'll help me out for sure. Kind of worried that it puts me in PvP combat. It doesn't seem like it will. G Fairy Gaming said, hello, just wanted to say thanks to the leveling guides. As an alcoholic, they've been a huge help. Awesome. Glad to hear they've been helpful. Okay, yeah, killing the cannon thing does help. I need to pick up an induction camouflage? Which is... I'm guessing it's in the basement? Yes. Bloodworms do, like, a non-insignificant amount of damage. I need to... Where do I place the bomb? Is this where I place the bomb? No. What the hell? Why did the sky just turn all red all of a sudden? I've never seen that happen. Yeah, and it's not just like something with my game. It is the sky in this zone just turned red. Huh. Okay, I'm not sure where it wants me to place these bombs. It says at the indicated bombing sites. This is definitely the keep. But I guess not. Then from there you can decide if you want to do a whole zone speedrun. Yeah, for sure. Just check. No, not back here. I'm very confused. Where the hell is the bomb target? Maybe I'll look for one of the other bomb targets just so I know what I'm trying to find. Okay. Ooh, wait, can I use this to launch myself? Ooh. Okay, that's not worth it at all, because I do have a flying mount, but it looked cool. That's what's important. Maybe, did the sky turn red because I was near a bombing target? I feel like the most logical place to put it would be right in front of that gateway, but I thought I did that. What the fuck? Why? That's a fairly arbitrary location. And then I need to place one on the boats. I'm gonna assume it wants it dead center. Yep. Right, see, those make intuitive sense to me. The keep location...
Yo, can I help you with something?
Don't quite get.
Don't waste my time.
No, I don't really care about that gear.
Careful out there.
Yeah, can I access my vendors now? No? What? Where are my... Ugh.
Spit it out.
I'm worried that my inventory's gonna fill up. Secure a ride back to the Krasworks. Who do I talk to? It says... Speak to Newt to secure a ride back to the Krasworks. Where's Newt? Volts. Oh. Yeah, there we go. Somebody, there's, under my timer, somebody said the patch is live. The patch doesn't go live until tomorrow, I thought. Is the Cataclysm pre-patch live already? I don't think it is. Right? I mean, I'll double check. I'm pretty sure this person is wrong. But... Of course, the first article that I click doesn't actually say the date. It is the 30th, right? Which is tomorrow. I think this guy's just an idiot. Wait, what the fuck? Well, I tabbed out for 1 second. I feel like that's... Is that intended? Jesus Christ. Like, I know the whole Deathwing does, like, bombing runs on zones. But that felt a little bit extreme. There's just gigantic lava patches on every inch of the Krasworks. What the fuck? How am I gonna turn in this quest? What the fuck? That's a problem. Like, look at the ground over there. There's, like, intermittent fire patches. Like, there's a lot of them. But there's at least some space in between to stand. And then you look at the Krasworks, every fucking inch of the area that I could theoretically stand on is covered in fire. Hello? Oh my god. This is like murdering my frame rate too. I don't even know where my body is. Oh, I see. It's underneath the Flightmaster. Oh, I think it's clearing up now, finally. Fucking hell. Well, of all the times to tab out, I guess probably wouldn't have been able to do much anyway if I was locked into that flight. Chest piece upgrade, sure. I think that's the last quest here. I doubt there's any vendors. Maybe, actually, there's an innkeeper.
What's the word on the street?
Okay, nope, the innkeeper is not a vendor. Right. Okay. I will say it's good to see they kept the Deathwing bombing runs. I know that they've been a little bit spotty in terms of the Cataclysm beta so far, and they already scrapped the Cataclysm pre-launch event, which I think is really lame. But, there's still some stuff in the game. Yeah, I didn't even think about the Deathwing bombing runs. That is going to be a massive pain in the ass if that ever happens. Oh, I never requeued for dungeons. Eh. Alright, I need to find a vendor. This guy will do. Just gonna vendor everything I have. I'm not really going to play this character once I get it to 85, because I'd rather just use a template. Actually, you know, maybe I will do like a heroic dungeon or something. This I want to keep because it's a BOE. Yeah, I might do like 1 or 2 heroic dungeons after hitting 85 in this character, just to see how hard it feels on a freshly leveled tune. Because the template characters, I think, have a bit more gear. So this will give me a more realistic idea. I probably won't stream that, though, because that's like... eh. Oh, wait, what the hell? Blizzard's killing more servers. Wow. This is... oh, this is Europe. So it looks like Chaos Bolt and Lava Lash on European sod just got killed. Well, that sucks. It seems like they still haven't learned anything about giving people heads up before they completely close their server. God forbid. Every day, my decision to stop playing sod grows more and more justified. Which is a shame, because it's so much potential. completely squandered.
Go forth to victory.
The other quests here.
May your blades never
Does it
dull.
work? Yeah, I don't have access to any of the dailies just yet. I assume I need to do the intros. And I don't know why Questy's showing me all these quests that aren't actually there. I think these are the dailies, though. Because I vaguely remember this type of quest. Of, like, drag the Griffin Rider down. And you pull them off the mount. And then, yeah, you smash the kegs, steal the food stores, etc. And I can't just grab them off the Griffin and then run, because I do need to actually kill the Griffin Rider. Alright. The real question is, can I get 2 Griffin Riders at once? I was... fuck. Too far and I didn't get credit. Oh, there we go. I'm not seeing any other Griffin Riders nearby. Dr. Prosh said, "Hey, Harlden, I haven't tried Saw, but just wondering what went wrong with it in your opinion. I hear a lot of people have the same opinion as you, that it had a lot of potential." Yeah, how do I put this? I've ranted about it a lot, so I don't want to go into, like, a massive deep dive on it, but I'll try to give you, like, the spark notes on my thoughts on it. So I enjoy a lot about SOD, more than most people. So pretty much every single person that I know outside of SOD... What the... why? Where are my Griffin Riders? Come on. It's just not giving me the Griffin Riders. Like, I've met people playing SOD who are obviously still playing it, but all of my friends who came from, like, retail or something and tried out SOD quit after Phase 1. Most of them weren't really enjoying it. Phase 2 made a lot of mistakes that they did admittedly fix in Phase 3. So, the very small points of feedback that they have listened to, that I will give them some tiny bit of credit for, is Phase 2 was pretty fucking awful. And a large part of that is leveling just took forever. And I'm kind of fine with classic leveling. Like, I am one of the few people I know in my friend group who actively enjoys classic and is willing to stomach leveling characters at classic. And a lot of the people I know who still play classic will actually just buy boosts to skip it, because they don't even want to level characters. I've leveled a bunch from the start, ever since 2019, so while I like, you know, fast leveling and, you know, doing that in retail and stuff, I don't mind a more slow burn approach to it if it's done well. Some of the big issues I had with Phase 2 that made me almost quit back then were the lack of any interesting runes, and more specifically, any runes to get while you were leveling up. That was just, honestly, a completely nonsense decision, and while I don't know what the fuck is happening here, but I've used this item on multiple Griffin Riders, and it's just not working. Please. There we go. Jesus. The problem is, while Blizzard has fixed the new runes, and like in Phase 3, a lot of your runes are trivially easy to get, they're also very boring. But they also haven't really gone back and changed a lot of the old runes. And the whole, like, rune acquisition system, it's one of those things that sounds cool on paper, but is just really annoying to do in practice. And in Phase 1, when we only had, you know, a small number of runes to collect... Oh, I actually got stone core. Oh, shit. Alright, well, I guess I'll do this then. But like Phase 1, we only had a small number of runes to collect. It wasn't that bad because everybody could get their best-in-slot runes in a relatively short amount of time. So it wasn't super tedious. But now, in order to actually get all the runes you want, it is a really fucking long process. Not only do you need to level up your character, which is admittedly faster now with the experience buff, but not quite as fast as it is in Retail or even Wrath of the Lich King Classic. And then on top of that, you have to do all this stuff while you're leveling to actually get all your character's runes caught up. And one thing that they said they were going to do that they just like kind of, I guess, lied about, because I don't want to say lied because I assume that they had a reason why they weren't able to do this. But the way that it comes across as somebody who's actually playing SOD is I keep hearing the developers say, we're going to do XYZ thing, and then they just don't do it. And then they just ignore when players ask them, like, hey, are you guys actually going to do the thing that you said you were going to do a while ago? And it's just radio silence. And it gets kind of annoying. Like, the thing I was specifically talking about is rune catch-up. They've done catch-up alteration for a singular rune. There was a rune from a vendor in Ratchet that required you to do all these really annoying steps to actually unlock it. And not only was it really annoying to do, but it costs like a decent amount of gold because nobody is farming the stuff that you need for the rune anymore. So it was something like 80 gold, which is a substantial amount of gold for a single rune, just to get it on alts. There was no previously alt catch-up mechanism for that. There was no easier way to get it. They have finally made that one easier, which is good, because it was the worst. But they still haven't adjusted, like, any of the other runes. Like, it's still a massive pain in the ass to get stuff like Metamorphosis and Divine Storm. And they kind of said vaguely, oh, we're going to make it easier to get these runes. And now, whenever people ask them that in interviews, their cop-out answer is, well, you're a higher level now, so it's technically easier for you to get it. Like, fuck off. You know, if you want to tell us that you don't have time to add new catch-up mechanisms, or maybe you want to wait until 60... But when they actively say things in interviews, and then just go back on that and say, like, you know, actually, we're not doing that. And now, if I want to level a rogue and gear up a rogue and try rogue tanking, there's just so much bullshit that I need to go through just to get that character to a playable state. To the point where it's like, it's more work than even Retail, just for a single character. And one of the advantages for Classic, in a lot of cases, is that you really didn't have many tertiary systems to grind. And one of the things that a lot of people have been complaining about in Retail over the years, which Dragonflight has actually fixed by and large and has gotten a lot of praise for, is that there aren't really that many tertiary systems to grind. Dragonflight, once again, returns to the formula of you hit max level, you pretty much just get high item level, and then you can hop into raids and stuff like that. You don't need to farm all of this random shit. And there's, like, every now and then a... like, how do I put it? There is a current content mini grind that Dragonflight will have you do. Like, right now, the Amir Drasil Helm enchant. Something like that. People need to actively farm. Okay. And I could understand if the most recent runes within the phase you had to farm. Or hell, I could even understand if, like, your very first character, you had to farm all of your runes.
Target you.
But there's, like, some very basic quality of life alt-friendliness stuff that they are just lacking. Like, I should get something where if I unlock all of my runes on my Warlock for my wrist slot, there should just be a vendor in Stormwind or Orgrimmar that on my alts lets me purchase every single wrist rune for a different class for 5 gold. And then make it so, like, if you already purchased your rune, then by doing the whole rune acquisition thing, it gives you 5 gold. That way, if you still want to do it to earn your money back, you can, but if you want to spend a little bit of gold to skip that process and jump right into the endgame, well, then it speeds it up. And one of the main reasons why all of this is important is because SOD inherently is a seasonal server. And this is something that I've said multiple times whenever I levy criticism against SOD. The developers continually think that they have this defense mechanism that they seem to think is ironclad, because they say it all the fucking time. And it is not the defense mechanism they think it is, where they keep saying that SOD is an experiment, and we are trying to gather feedback on SOD so that when we do something like this again in the future, like another classic season, we can make it even better. Okay, I'm just fucking dead. I'm pretty sure I'm just not getting healed, but also I did take a lot of damage there. I am actually getting healed. Okay, credit to that guy. I just got fucked. My bad. Yeah, that was probably a little bit too aggressive. And I think I can use the teleporter to... No. Yeah, we have not unlocked the next stage of the teleporter yet. Unlucky. What was I saying? Right. They keep saying this whole thing about SOD's an experiment, we're going to keep improving SOD for future phases, or future iterations of Classic. But, like, I don't think they understand that if they keep doing a shit job at managing the current version of Classic Plus, for lack of a better term, that we have, nobody's going to fucking play the future seasons. You can't just keep saying, as an excuse, we're going to do better next time. This is an experiment. We're collecting information for next time. I don't give a shit if there's a next time, if the current version that I'm playing is not fun and has all these blatant flaws. And if you're able to sit here and tell me that you recognize all these issues, like, they're more than happy, Agrind especially, to go on Twitter and say at length, we understand there's all these issues, and I get that some of it is just really unfortunate for Agrind from a PR, angle. But when he goes on Twitter and asks the community for advice on balancing, and people give him a lot of legitimately good balance suggestions for different specs that have been problematic throughout SOD, and then immediately after, there is a set of blue posts for changes that are dog shit. Like, not just underwhelming, absolute fucking dog shit. Shadow Priest gets a flat damage buff, which just makes it more annoying in PvP and doesn't fix any of the issues that it has in raids. And, like, I know that this was an unfortunate PR thing, because Agrind even said, in response to overwhelming negative feedback, hey, by the way, those things that I was asking for feedback on over Twitter, that was already after we had finalized these set of changes. But the way that it comes across to the community is just that Blizzard's not fucking listening. Because, like, if this was an isolated incident, right? And this was just one really unlucky case where Agrind put out a Twitter post asking for class change suggestions, and in this one instance, right afterwards, oh man, you know, they did some blue post changes that were really bad, and people are unhappy. I'd be like, poor Agrind, man, like, that guy can't catch a break, right? But this has been, like, the entirety of SOD so far, where they keep saying, we hear you, we're going to, like, make fixes, and then they just do the exact opposite of what everybody's recommending. Like, as a Warlock, I'm especially fucking jaded, because there were a lot of issues with both Tank Warlock and DPS Warlock in terms of it feeling really clunky to play. Multiple people expressed that they didn't like the Fire playstyle, and that Lake of Fire felt clunky to use. So instead of making any reasonable changes to Lake of Fire, what Blizzard did is just made it so Lake of Fire is now completely unusable. Which, like, on one hand, fine, I guess. It's better that it's dead than still a garbage rune, but there were so many better ways that they could have fixed it. And it's like, how did they not hear any of the feedback that people gave about it, that was the final version of the change that they made? And then there are just some extremely tone-deaf tuning changes, like going into Phase 3, they removed the ability for Warlocks to use Soul Link while in Metamorphosis. Soul Link, for reference, means that your damage taken is split amongst your pet. It's kind of like Brewmaster Stagger, but your damage is staggered onto your demon as a Warlock tank. Really cool in theory, and the weird thing about it is that it wasn't even the best playstyle. We were already able to play with that talent setup in Gnomergon, and it was not the best way to play. But a lot of people really liked it, because having that stagger damage, having, you know, more time for healers to keep you alive, was really good. And it was, like, slightly too strong in PvP, which is obviously the main reason why they changed it. I don't think they are completely incompetent. I don't think they're just making changes to spite the community just for fun. But that is, like, the level of incompetence at play with that the developers have shown inside. they're like, oh, Soul Link is marginally too overpowered in PvP. Well, I guess what we'll do is we'll just make it completely unusable with the main thing that enables tank warlocks that we added, brand new, especially for SOD, and just fuck over everybody who really enjoyed that playstyle in PvE. Even though it was never overpowered in PvE, it was only overpowered in PvP. And warlocks, the other thing is, warlocks are still really fucking good in PvP. So just the fact that they changed this, the fact that they made Soul Link not usable, it didn't solve the issue that they were trying to solve of warlocks being really, really, really strong for PvP. Warlocks are still very powerful. Hold on, because I'm getting pranked right now. Okay. Here. Woo. Yeah, I knew that was a spicy pull going in, but I wanted to see if I could survive it. Blood DK does not fucking disappoint. God, I love this. Paladin's gonna need to really impress me for Blood DK to not be what I main for Cataclysm. I've just been loving every second of this leveling run. This is just so fucking clean. Look at that damage. That is disgusting. I know the timer is covering up the breakdown, but it's mostly Blood Boil. And then Death Strike, despite that being mostly AoE, did 16% of my overall. God, that's so dumb. In a good way. But yeah, Warlocks are still really broken in PvP. They are now forced into the Fireplace style, which is now even weaker because they nerfed Lake of Fire, or they gutted Lake of Fire, effectively. So, basically, Blizzard has just completely fucked over Warlocks for no reason. If they had asked anybody, is this a good idea, just gutting Soul Link, every single person would have told them that is incredibly stupid, do not do that. They did it anyway.
Shockwave.
And it just, I don't know, I'm... It's exhausting playing a Warlock, right? Because, like, I guess I'll outline where I stand with SOD. And I acknowledge that...
Run.
Oh. Ah, it doesn't one-shot.
Shockwave.
Oh? Is this... Break yourselves upon my body. Love this boss. I mean, who doesn't love this boss, though? What was I saying? Yeah, so I acknowledge that there are some people who are still enjoying SOD, and I know a lot of times, you know, if you criticize something that another person enjoys, they get defensive, right? So I want to at least throw that out there. I get it. There are people who are still having tons of fun, and I'm glad for them. But where I stand with SOD is I mostly play a Warlock. I don't need that. I've been dabbling with Paladin as my alt. So I guess, yeah, in that case, the two classes that I played the most is Paladin and Warlock, and I think that can maybe, for anybody who plays SOD, that immediately will tell them why I have not really been enjoying it. Because Warlock has a lot of the problems I just outlined, but in addition to that, in this new phase, Blizzard added this really stupid, I would say like the most degenerate grind that has ever existed in World of Warcraft. That may be a bit of an exaggeration, but it's absolutely terrible. It's just a complete RNG crapshoot. It's like this thing where you have to get an imp and send it into a portal to complete objectives for you. It's absolutely miserable. It is not even remotely fun. Also, that single elite gave like as much experience as like half of a quest. That was really good. But yeah, so I've been really frustrated by a lot of that stuff, and my class is like grossly undertuned. It doesn't play well. The caster gear from Sunken Temple is terrible. Sunken Temple itself is an absolutely dogshit raid. It was okay at launch when they made it really difficult, and now they have gutted the boss's HP, so it is the worst of both worlds. Sunken Temple could have at least been, maybe not my favorite raid, but a decently challenging raid. But right now, Sunken Temple as a raid that has ridiculously low boss health and normal damage from like auto attacks, etc. And then it has random mechanics that they just didn't tune whatsoever that just fucking one-shot you. So, to give you an example, the Chain Lightning ability cast by one of the bosses on the fight Adelaide Defenders just fucking one-taps tanks. It one-taps anybody, but the fact that it still one-taps tanks is fucking stupid. And the idea is, of course, you're supposed to interrupt it. But then, I'm sitting here, I'm tanking it on my Warlock, Chain Lightning is going off, I say in Discord, hey, interrupt Chain Lightning. All of the fucking Warlocks and Warriors and Rogues have their brains shut off, they don't interrupt the ability, it hits me for 100% of my health, and I die. And now all of my world buffs are gone, and my parse is ruined, and my raid is ruined. And now I'm just not having a good time. And then, literally, like, 1 minute later, in that exact same boss fight, another Chain Lightning goes out, and I say again, because I got battle res after that. So I say again, interrupt Chain Lightning. The Warriors and Rogues don't interrupt Chain Lightning again, and it one-shots my Boomkin friend. And he dies, and now he loses his world buffs, and now his parse is ruined as well. So now we're both just pissed off, and it's not even like a fun encounter because everything just dies, and because short fights like that, Warriors and Rogues are just massively favored, it doesn't even let us do good damage. So as casters, we're just fucked. It's just not fun to play. And I would imagine if you're playing like a warrior right now, you're probably having a lot more fun than I am in SOD. But as somebody who is mostly playing Warlock, I'm really just not enjoying the game at all. At all. And the whole thing about, like, you know, alt catch-up being pretty shit means that I can't even really swap if I wanted to. And the one class that I have relatively close to being caught up, because I had it fully maxed out back in Nomergon, is Paladin. And the changes that they've made to Paladin are fucking terrible. And I don't know a single person who actually enjoys the Paladin changes. There's like one person I know who is mildly exciting that they added seal twisting. And everybody else I know is like, wait, this is shit. This doesn't fix any of the issues with either DPS or tank Paladin. It's still just exorcism spam, and it still has the same survivability problems that it has had for all of SOD so far. It is just worse than everything. Like, it's even worse than Warlock. I think it does slightly more damage on some fights than Warlock, but overall, it's worse than Warlock. So, I am in the lovely position of having... I don't need either of these. Of having the two worst classes in the game geared up. And it's not realistically possible for me to switch. So that sucks. And it just, like I said, means that I'm just not having fun. And the thing is, I at least feel that SOD has enough potential that I am willing to give it until Phase 4. I've said that before, and I'll stand by it. I will play Phase 4 whenever it comes out, unless they do something really stupid and try to, like, snipe Dawntrail. At this point, SOD has lost me enough that if they try to snipe Dawntrail, I am picking Final Fantasy XIV over SOD Phase 4. I don't give a shit. But if they release it at a normal time where it's not conflicting with other stuff, then I will at least try it out. And if I'm not having fun, I am not coming back for Phase 5, 6, etc. I'm just done. Because I really hated Phase 2. They promised a bunch of changes. They did bare minimum and fucked up a lot of other stuff. Like, notice how I haven't even discussed Nightmare Incursions. Like, Nightmare Incursions are a whole can of worms that I think everybody already knows they're dog shit. And it's a shame, because Nightmare Incursions have a lot of cool ideas, but the problem is, because there's no fucking PTR, and they weren't able to get any feedback on it, and they clearly didn't test it themselves, we now have what is currently Nightmare Incursions, and there's really nothing they can do to change it, because at this point, Nightmare Incursions were so overpowered in terms of leveling and making gold, that if they try to change it to be a more interesting design, that is less impactful for leveling and gold farming, then it's just going to piss off everybody who missed the boat on it. Even though it's been out for a little while now, it's just still too late to make any meaningful changes. There we go. You have to run a script on Kata. You're in the same boat. You play retail mostly. Your guild asked you to play SOD. You had fun leveling and getting runes. But now we're just raid logging and you don't even want to log in? Yeah, exactly. I mean, hey, at least your retail guild, by the way you worded that, it sounds like they're still playing. Every single one of my retail friends quit at the end of Phase 1. And then I found a new group of people to play with who, luckily, I do enjoy playing with, which is the only reason I'm even still playing SOD. In fact, it's kind of in the inverse, where as SOD has turned to shit, a few of the people that I met in SOD are now trying out retail for the first time, as I kind of mentioned earlier. So I've been kind of walking a lot of them through the process of like getting caught up and getting geared and, you know, teaching them how to play like different classes and stuff, which has been kind of fun. You know, I always like, you know, explaining things to new players and trying to, you know, teach it to them. And it's, like I said before, given me really good insight on the new player experience. Let's see. Your problem is asking a classic player to do a mechanic. Kicks are too hard. Yeah. And see, the thing is, there's a rogue who was in our guild who actually quit the guild after the last raid because she was going for parses and the healers let her die in rot slime, which, like, I feel bad because obviously they should have kept her alive, right? The damage was absolutely healable. The healers just didn't fucking target her, and that sucks. But it's hard for me to really feel pity when it's like, at the same time, you didn't fucking kick the chain lightning that killed me. So, you know, when she's complaining to the officers that, you know, oh, yeah, like, you know, people let me die, I'm not about to step up to their defense when, you know, you didn't step in to help me when I died to fucking ally defenders. It's like, if you're going to ignore mechanics, you don't really have much ground to stand on when you're complaining that other people are ignoring mechanics. It's just, yeah, it's annoying. But, I mean, that's the reason why I just fucking hate Sunken Temple. It has all of the annoying parts of raid difficulty and none of the interesting parts of raid difficulty. A lot of the fights that, like, I enjoyed Sunken Temple my very first clear, because fights like Dream Scythe and Weaver were, like, actually kind of difficult, and, you know, they did a lot of damage, and you had to position properly, and it was kind of like this long slog where you actually had to do, like, tank swaps and stuff, and now it just falls over. And you barely even get to fight the boss for more than, like, 30 seconds before it transitions in between phases. So it's just dumb. And now, because it's so fast, the meta strat has become, don't even do tank swaps, ignore all of that completely, and just have one tank hold the stacks. But the problem is, then, the tank buster debuff doesn't fall off at the end of the fight. So yet another issue is, at the end of the fight, I have a 30-second really nasty dot ticking away at me, and I have to, like, my health is dropping to, like, 10%, and I have to cue my mic and, like, swallow it and be like, healers, keep me alive, healers, keep me alive, healers, keep me alive, and, like, scream at them because they're just sitting there like, la-di-da-di-da, I wonder what loot the boss dropped. Oh, the tank's dying? Not my problem. And same shit again, where it's like, I'm literally dying, and they are just not paying any attention whatsoever. And it, like, it's one of those things where, like, I get it, it's classic, like, it doesn't fucking matter that much, but at the same time, if it's just not fun, like, I don't know. Currently, where I stand on SOD is, I've literally not done anything at all outside of raid logging for the past, week or two. And I am going to keep it that way. Can I? Yeah, you can't do that in combat. I'm going to keep it that way up until my guild's raid on Wednesday. And one second, because I want to make sure I can interact with this before a new wave of guys spawn. Because I know what this is. This is the, I need to get this. Come on. Oh, why am I stuck in combat, man? That's annoying. I'm going to do my guild's raid on Wednesday just because I don't want to leave them completely hanging, and I hadn't made up my mind beforehand on what I was going to do with SOD. But at this point, I have 100% decided if Wednesday's raid is not the cleanest raid I've ever done, and everybody is actually focusing and paying attention, and I'm not dying to chain lightnings that people just ignore, and stuff, and it's smooth in and out, like 1 hour, 1.5 hours, no wipes to any bosses. If we have, like, an absolutely catastrophic wipe where, like, everything went wrong and it was nobody's fault in particular, then, like, I'm not going to be super nitpicky. But if it is one of those wipes where it was completely preventable and somebody just fucked up, like, didn't kick the thing that one-shot the tank, or, like, on a Ranicus, didn't kick the fear, and then the entire group runs around and gets stunned. If it's one of those wipes, I'm just fucking done. And I'll tell them immediately after the raid that I'm done until phase 4, whenever that might be. And I'm going to be completely honest. I suspect that's probably what's going to happen, because I really doubt that we're going to go from having extremely fucked raids to suddenly it's really clean. Like, I'll be reasonable. If it's, like, mostly clean, I'm not going to be like, ah, fuck you, I'm done. I'll be reasonable, at the very least. But if it is even remotely miserable and I'm just not having fun, then I just don't want to fucking keep playing it, right? Especially because there's so many other things that I want to be doing. And, like, Cataclysm right now, I would much rather spend another 2 hours playing Cataclysm than logging in to do Sunken Temple once a week. It's just not fucking fun. And especially going forward, right? Like, I've already reached the point where I don't know if I mentioned it before, but I'm not even using world buffs or consumes. Like, why am I going to waste my gold on consumes if I'm just going to be killed, right? And beforehand, I was spending upwards of like 100, 150 gold every single raid on consumables for SOD. And then when you do that and then people just let you die because they're not paying attention, that's especially tilting. Because now not only are you, like, getting your parse fucked, but your gold is getting screwed by that. And now you have to pay extra money because the other people in your raid can't be bothered to, like, do mechanics. So it's just really annoying. Most are not playing Season 4 and playing SOD, but you're having more fun in Season 4? Yeah. Admittedly, I'm having the most fun in Cataclysm right now. I enjoy Season 4, but the thing that I'm most excited for is raiding, honestly, and, like, I don't mind. I understand that not everybody is as excited for it, but, like, my guild is only raiding 2 days in Season 4. They're not doing, like, it's a Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday guild, and they're doing Tuesday, Wednesday, and then, Thursday is Mythic Farok sales for the Owl. And I'm pretty sure that after Amir Drasil is empowered, we're not even going to raid on Thursday, and it's just Tuesday, Wednesday. Which, like, I get it. Not everybody really is excited for Season 4, but, like, I want to raid more. I like raiding. And I would prefer if we actually raided 3 days, because I want to be in there hitting those bosses more often. But what I'm hoping is that when I swap to Bear, potentially, I enjoy it a lot more, because I like playing Brewmaster and Raid, but the problem is everything outside of Raid as a Brewmaster right now is just fucking misery. I'm not having fun with it at all. Like, that's kind of my biggest issue. Mythic Plus, I honestly don't really like the dungeons in the Season 4 pool. I don't hate them. So, like, I can suffer through it. It's fine. But the big thing is a lot of these dungeons are just, Brewmaster's not good for them. And Brewmaster right now kind of requires an Augavoker to reasonably survive in Mythic Plus without just kiting the entire time, and kiting the entire time isn't fun. And you still kind of need to do that, even if you have an Augavoker. It's just really not a great playstyle. It's not something that I love. Where is this? The Demon Chain. It says it's right around here. Oh, okay, there it is. Ahaha! Got back up into the air before I was attacked. But yeah, like, the limited amount of dungeons that I've done on Bear, I've enjoyed far more than Brewmaster. Because Bear, you can just press Thrash and press Raise, and you just sit there and face tank things, and you get, like, a shit ton of damage. Brewmaster, it's like, I'm losing on damage to all the DPS, which, like, I get that that's how it's supposed to work as a tank, but I'm used to playing tank specs where I'm destroying everybody on damage, and I'm like, mwahaha, I am unkillable, and I kill everything, and it feels really good. Brewmaster right now has, I think it is literally the lowest damage tank on both AoE and single target, which just doesn't feel awesome. Let me just double check. And it's not even like my damage is bad, right? Like, I have purples with, and they're all like, you know, top 50, and I had rank 1 on Senarth for a little bit, and that's as far as my guild went. And now it's down to rank 6. But, like, I know how to DPS as a Brewmaster. So, like, my damage is really good, and it's still below, like, everybody else. Yeah, actually, let me look. I'm gonna check Vault of the Incarnates, statistics, damage, 95th percentile, mythic, all tanks. Okay, Brewmaster actually is not the lowest, but it is below Blood DK and Vengeance DH by a significant margin. And if I up it to 99th percentile, same thing. Yeah, okay. So that, I guess, was a little bit hyperbole. Prot Warrior, wow. Prot Warrior is really lagging behind. And I'm surprised that Guardian Druid is not as high as Brewmaster. Interesting. I'm curious to see how it plays out once everybody consistently has their 4-piece. Because Guardian Druid gets way more out of their 4-piece than, say, Brewmaster, because they already have their existing one. And trinkets are going to be interesting. Because, like, Guardian Druid and Brewmaster both get Digirune, but most of the other specs don't really get major weapon upgrades, because, like, Blood DK only gets an item level boost to Fearoleth, which isn't really that impactful. So we'll have to see. But Brewmaster damage still doesn't feel great. Especially on AoE, because this is still single target. AoE, it is nowhere near a lot of the other tanks. I'd imagine Prot Warrior probably still feels the worst, but yeah. And then survivability-wise, of course, in raids, Brewmaster's fine, so I don't mind it in raids, but in dungeons, it's just really weak. Alright, time to see if I can actually survive this. Well, dodge the first hit. Parry the second. So far, so good. It doesn't look like I can avoid that. Theoretically, I could just Death Strike it every time. Yeah, so that fixates on me. Oh, shit. This is bad. It's an unavoidable stun. I guess if I knew it was coming, maybe I could have avoided it. Thing is, I assume that I'll be able to cheese at least one Ring of Blood thing with the use of Army of the Dead. Okay, I'm stunned. I'm gonna Death Pact right out of this. I'm gonna do that, then Death Pact. I can outrun Overhead Smash. Honestly, I'm still kind of fine. I have, like, Dancing Ruin Weapon. Still have this. Still do Outbreak. That's really bad timing. Oh, Overhead Smash missed. Oh, Bloodworms to the rescue. Nice. I mean, that gave me a lot of experience. I don't know if that's necessarily efficient, but does seem really good. Ideally, you just do that with 5 people to speed it up, but like theoretically, what I'm trying to figure out is if I'm forced to solo the quest, is it still worth doing it if I have to solo it? Guess I'll find out. All you've been seeing is Vengeance DH. You don't know how they make it out of Season 4 or 2 sigils. Yeah, they're definitely going to get changed for the War Within, which is something at least, but the fact that Blizzard didn't change them at all for Season 4 honestly just really pisses me off. Because they're blatantly overpowered, and there's just no reason why they shouldn't have eaten a nerf. Because, like, I get it, they don't want to really shake up the meta, but at the same time, please do. Because it sucks playing a non-Vengeance Demon Hunter tank and trying to do Mythic Plus. Because I'm already not an amazing tank for Mythic Plus. Brewmaster has never been that strong for M+. And it requires, like, a comp to play around. Which, if I'm pugging, I'm not going to have. But then on top of that, all people want is Vengeance Demon Hunter. There have been multiple times where I've joined a group and they've been like, why aren't you playing Vengeance Demon Hunter? Like, I don't know, because I don't fucking want to. And because you don't run double Vengeance DH in raids, so what the fuck am I supposed to do? So that's just really, really annoying. Okay, so I just need to avoid the storm bolts, I guess. This one seems much easier. As long as I don't get hit. Oh! Spoke too soon. Jesus fuck. I'm gonna do that just in case. Christ. I think I might just be dead. His auto attacks fuck, and there's no opportunity for me to just outrange him. Yeah. Yeah. With better gear, maybe. Especially my weapon is still pretty shit. And that's when, like, I could probably Army of the Dead off the rip. But this only gives, like, 40%-ish more experience than a regular quest. So there's just really no universe where soloing this is efficient. Because even if I were to solo it, it would take me multiple minutes, and I'd just be better off going here. So I guess this is one of those where, if you probably have 3 people, you can do it fast enough to justify it. Like, I could definitely 2-man that easily. Third person would make it very efficient. So if I get to Twilight Highlands and I have other friends that are in the vicinity, then maybe. Another thing that I could do is, like, if I get to Twilight Highlands early, and then some of my friends get there later on, when I'm towards the end, then I can group up with them at that point and finish off with Crucible of Carnage. And also, just from, like, a leveling efficiency perspective for the average player, they're probably going to want to do Crucible of Carnage because most people will have more than enough players nearby to run this. What?
My people welcome you.
Oh. Okay. Oh shit, I still have, like, no health. Probably not a big deal. Yeah. The mob doesn't hit hard enough to really be a concern. What does this buff do? It just does damage every 2 seconds. Okay. Alright.
The mark of the dragon maw.
Still no two-handed weapons. See, that's kind of a problem. I don't know if I just missed it, but there have been no good two-handed strength weapons offered by any of these quests. Which, like, I guess isn't a huge problem. Are there new weapon heirlooms that I could potentially use? Obviously not while leveling. I think all weapon heirlooms are still capped at 80, unfortunately. Yeah. That's annoying. And, like, ideally, if I'm doing Cataclysm speedruns... Also, we just passed the 10-hour mark. I think I'm actually, like, relatively close to the end now, but... Yeah, still couldn't go under 10 hours. But that's honestly nice, because that gives me, like, a really clean time to beat. I'll probably be finished at, like, 10 hours, 20, 30 minutes. And that means that, like, we have a benchmark. Sub 10 hours, that is the, you know, the real big breakpoint for the next run. And I'm almost 100% certain that my next run I can get under 10 hours. I'm pretty sure that I could get it much faster. And I think one thing that I'll probably do just for like testing purposes on the beta, also... Oh my god. Almost died there. Those casts were nasty. What I'll probably do when I run my paladin is I'm going to run some dungeons earlier on, because the problem with running dungeons is sometimes you get lucky and you get stone core there, which was good. But actually, come to think of it, what level can I queue for? It still has a chance to give me Blackrock Caverns. That is available all the way up to 85. But when I was like 83 or something, I wasn't actually getting stone core. I wasn't getting any of the dungeons in my level range. But if I queue at level 80, 81, I'm guaranteed to get a dungeon that I need. It'll give me Blackrock Caverns and Throne of the Tides. And Caverns, at the very least, is efficient. Okay, this is awkward. I want to make sure I don't pull all these at once. Ooh, big death strike. That's not strength. But yeah, if I do those dungeons early, that'll be nice. I genuinely believe that a combination of vashj'ir and Hygel will be best, because a lot of parts of Deepholm are really, really RP heavy. I still think you'll go to Deepholm just because the early section is relatively good, and obviously since there's no quest scaling, you kind of need to do everything unless you're just dungeon spamming, which I don't think dungeon spamming will be efficient in Pugs, especially because Cataclysm dungeons have actual mechanics, and if people ignore it, it isn't really going to go super well. But the one thing that I'm not sure about is if you start vashj'ir or start Hygel. Day one, I think you might honestly just go entirely vashj'ir just because of avoiding competition. I know multiple people have suggested that already, and I think it's a good idea. But I think even, like, an efficient leveling route might look something like you do vashj'ir, and then you do, like, the introduction quests of Hygel, and jump off. Hygel is really good, though. I don't know, it's tough. One of the other problems is I don't know if this is a glitch or not, But Blackrock Caverns, you get all of the dungeon quests, even if you don't do Mount Hyjal. It's all within. But the Throne of the Tides quests are part of a chain that extends out of vashj'ir. So theoretically, if you are doing dungeons at like level 81, let's say, then the only way you're going to get access to the vashj'ir dungeon quests is if you actually leveled in vashj'ir. So that is one advantage to that zone. I wonder if there's like... maybe tricks to vashj'ir. What do I want to do here? The Light of Souls. I just kill this guy and get it. I definitely need to test it a little bit. Because I'll do vashj'ir guaranteed in my next run, the Paladin run, whenever I stream that, which, like I said, at the absolute latest, it'll be next weekend on a Saturday. Maybe Friday, maybe even Thursday. I don't know, though. I think, actually, probably not Thursday, just because I think we're doing a Mythic Ferox sale, and I don't want to be, like, exhausted for that. But I think next week, my Thursday will be available, so maybe I'll stream then. Just because I don't think we're doing a Mythic Ferox sale on Baited Week. I'll have to double-check that. But yeah, I might stream Friday, Saturday at the latest, and that'll be the Paladin run. That I will start in vashj'ir, and what I will probably do in that run as well, just because I want to test it, is I'm going to do all of Uldum. Because here I started Uldum, and then I was already level 84, so I just skipped it. But I think it would be nice to actually get one full clear of that, just to really see it. Also, once the Cata pre-patch goes live, what I might do for fun over the next few days is... Oh wait, is that an upgrade? No, that's not. I might gear up my Blood DK on actual, like, live servers in Wrath, so that when I do a run with it again, it actually has gear. And I don't need to use a template character. Because I, technically speaking, could have done that here, but the beta is really weird. And if I had used my actual character, I would have had to copy over a bunch of glyphs from live servers. And I can't really do that, because a lot of the glyphs that are in Cataclysm don't exist in Wrath that I want. So I would have had to copy over a bunch of herbs, level up Inscription on the beta, and then basically craft the glyph myself. And that's a massive pain, because then there's the whole, like, glyph discovery thing. So I just didn't want to fuck around with that, and I wanted to go with a template character for now. But I definitely want to use my actual Paladin for the next run. And I'll have to do a bit of setup to make sure it's working correctly on the beta. Because that character has mostly 25 heroic ICC gear, which is going to be much nicer to start off with. And that'll be like a really good comparison against this run here.
For the Horde.
What, do I have to go into the cave? I guess. I do not remember this quest at all. What the fuck? So what's the downside to getting hit by evil spirits? Like, do I give a shit? Another thing is, like, mobility in Classic is really, really low. Okay, so that counted as one of the shrines I need to cleanse. I assume the next one is here. This is probably the fastest path between the shrines, because you can just drop down and get here quickly. Do that, and then I'll do Bone Shield. Because in retail, like, stuff like gun shoes and goblin gliders, they help out a lot. We don't quite have that in Classic. And, you know, in retail, swiftness potions, they're nice, but they don't really matter. Like, as a Windwalker monk, do you really care that much about swiftness potions? It's super min-maxy, because it doesn't actually save that much time in the grand scheme of things. Because you have, like, double roll, later on Chi Torpedo, you have Flying Serpent Kick, all that stuff, Tiger's Lust, so much mobility. Even Death Knights have Death's Advance and, what's the other one? I forget the name. The one where you turn into a ghost.
How you doing, man?
That's a trinket. Yeah, I guess I'll use this one. That's a big upgrade. Wraithwalk. Yes, thank you. Where do I go now? I have no quests. I feel like I missed a breadcrumb at some point. Also, oh, I could go back to Deepholm and turn in that quest at some point. That's another thing. I would theoretically want to do Stonecore right around that point, so I don't need to double back and miss the turn-in. Let me check Blood Gulch. Maybe there was like a breadcrumb that opened up now, and it wanted me to do the quests in a different order. But yeah, like even Death Knights, which are kind of the worst mobility in retail still, have a lot of options. Okay, well I have the daily quest now. Yeah, there we go. How much experience did the dailies give? 69,000. So they're like about as good as a regular quest. Do all of them? Oh yeah, it's basically just a regular quest. The Griffin Rider one sucks. I would prefer not to do that. Just because it bugged out constantly when I tried to do it before. So I'm worried it's going to do it again. But I might as well. And I know that the Bring Down the High Shaman quest, that I can do alongside a bunch of other stuff. I do think that if Druid Flight Form works the same in Classic as it does in retail, you can interact with stuff in the air, Druid may end up being the best class for speed leveling by a country mile, just because of how good that is while leveling. And in retail, there's enough quests that it doesn't really matter to where I think like Monk's efficiency balances it out. But I could see that being really, really good. Oh, okay, that time 4 for 4. I didn't get multiple Griffins, that just didn't work. But yeah, the entire point I was making before is stuff like swiftness potions, or whenever you're in the water, which happens more often than not, and obviously like vashj'ir, right? Swim speed potions, things of that nature, have a massive impact. Oh fuck, I missed a quest. I missed the food quest. But yeah, that has like a massive impact in terms of classic leveling time, especially at the really low levels. Because like, what's the level requirement on Swiftness Potion? If I look up Wowhead, Cataclysm, to move my timer, Swiftness, it's blocking the search bar. Swiftness Potion. Oh my god, Wowhead, please stop being shit. Requires level 5. Okay, yeah. So you can start using swiftness potions really early in Classic, and they are going to really save you time. Especially because you don't have, like, any damage pots, and you don't even really get damage pots until, what, like... I guess it would be TBC? And by that point, you have flying. So, whereas in retail, swiftness potions are only really beneficial for a very early portion of the leveling. In Classic, swiftness potions remain relevant for a huge chunk of the leveling process. And even then, there's a lot of situations here where I would much rather have swiftness potions just to move around faster than a damage potion to kill something ever so slightly faster. Though flasks, etc. would really make a difference here. I have to look into that. Also enchants and having pre-existing gear. Like, while the gear that I'm getting isn't terrible, and the item level that you see in a lot of gear pieces from these quests is roughly the same as what you'll get from, like, ICC Heroic, even from some of the earlier quests. A lot of the ICC Heroic pieces have a shit ton of sockets, and these don't. So they're still much better, even at, like, a slightly lower item level. And then obviously you have your tier bonus, which the prop heli tier bonus I know is really shit. We want to run the 2-piece from ICC because it gives us more Hammer of the Righteous damage, I think. I believe it's Hammer of the Righteous. It's something. It gives us, like, a very minor damage bonus. I don't really know what blood gets. Curious if I have a way to check that on here. So where's the High Shaman? Oh, the High Shaman's much further up. I missed one of these mobs. There we go. And then there's another keg over here. Yeah, so I think I have, like, a few resets. How many resets do I actually have? It'll be 1, 2... 1, 2, 3... Yeah, so I have 3 full raid lockouts that I can farm gear on my Blood DK. I probably won't farm any more gear on my Paladin, because my Paladin in Wrath of the Lich King, and, well, now Cataclysm, is not necessarily BIS. Like, I don't have 25 heroic Lich King loot, which would be good. The, like, that weapon off Lich King is really nice. I forget what the name of it is. But I'm pretty sure I have it on normal, which is still very close. Because it's the same general stat line, just not quite as strong. And I have my tier bonus. I have a lot of other really good items. I'm missing, like, 1 or 2 slightly good pieces. I wonder what item level is... Oh, shit. I hate that it pulls mobs when you break the keg. I've never done Ruby Sanctum. Maybe I could try tanking that in the next week or 2. I think that drops better than ICC. Ruby Sanctum loot. I'm sure that this will break it down. It is 271 and 284 on Heroic 25. So the main draw is the 4 trinkets available on 25 man, according to Wowhead. And... What? Server shut down in 13 minutes. Are you kidding me? Oh, you're fucking joking. Of all the times for them to do a fucking update. Oh, that is rough. Apparently they said there's something on the launcher. That's really annoying. Oh, also, it looks like Blizzard posted the pre-patch is expected to go up at 3 p.m. Pacific. Where's the High Shaman? I have no idea where the High Shaman that I'm supposed to fight is. Is he in here? No, this is... Oh, fuck, this is the Alliance town. Yeah, I definitely went too far. It's this place. Yeah, okay, there we go. Hi, Shaman McKilligan. Alright. Well, I'll level as much as I can. What I'll probably do is... I assume this is just for beta, and that actual classic servers are fine. And I don't expect it to be down for the entire day. If it is down for the entire day, then fuck me, I guess. But what I expect they're doing is just like a minor update, and it'll be back up in like 30 minutes to an hour. Which, wow, that does really suck considering I'm actually just so close to finishing the run. I will finish it. Unless it's literally down for like 24 hours. At that point, oh well. But I was planning on, at the end of the stream, logging into Wrath Classic and doing Zul Grub on my Paladin. Just to get one final chance at the Zulian Tiger. I was going to do that after I finished the run. But, I mean, if they're shutting down servers, what I'll do is we'll pop over to Wrath Classic. We'll do Zul Grub. And then whenever servers are back up, we'll come back and do like the last 2 bars of experience or however short I'm gonna end up being. I suspect I just need to kill these mobs. Where are my diseases? There we go. Oh, these guys are shredding my army of the dead ghouls. It's a good thing I pressed army, because if I didn't, they would have been killing me instead. Oh, and I got it off the first mob. But who knows, maybe if I didn't do the 4 pull, it would have taken me forever. Oh, come on. Shaman of the Black. Oh yeah, those were the guys up there. I'm just... Yeah, I got pings on Discord, but they're not important. I can read them later. This... Shit. Strangulate. Oh, I misclicked. I think I'm fine. Okay. Those mobs hit hard. I'm not going to do another super large pull. I'm trying to play it really fast because, you know, servers are about to shut down. I should be eating this food instead. Eating food in general isn't really efficient. I feel like I should probably level first aid. Just because for some of these, even though I have really good self-healing, it'll help to save my resources. So I'm not burning them all on getting healed up right at the start of the pull. They did technically start you off with first aid for the template, but they gave you really shit bandages that just did absolutely no healing. So it was not worth keeping. Do I need one more, I think? Oh no, that's 10 out of 10. Perfect. Alright, I need to turn in back at that orb. There's no way I'm going to be able to get the last bit of experience in 8 minutes. We're literally going to be like a bar or two off before the server shut down. Unlucky, but what can you do? And I assume... Yeah, that's... Honestly, those dailies are really good experience. And you gotta do them for rep anyway, so... This is... Wait, it only gives me leather? That's lame. Hmm. Where's the fire? What the fuck? Why am I taking damage from a fire? There's no fire. Okay. Game's borked. Guard Heart Ring. I should replace the 305 one. And... Alright, that's the next quest. While I'm flying, let me quickly just respond to Discord. I'll wait to read the rest of that stuff later. And... Oh yeah, shit, it's the final day of Plunderstorm. I still think it's incredibly stupid that they're making Plunderstorm FOMO. And they haven't even announced what they plan on doing with it. I kind of expected that by the end of Plunderstorm, they would have at least said, oh yeah, you know, we're still gonna make it FOMO because we're a dogshit company that, you know, is greedy fucking bastards. But, you know, because you guys liked it so much, which, you know, I mean, there are people who did like it. What do I do?
Don't waste my time.
Tentacle of Isaroth. Do I actually just run up and kill these? I guess these guys don't have much health. I thought it was expecting me to kill one of the level 85 elite tentacles, and I'm like, there's gotta be a vehicle for that one. But these count. And... Alright. I actually still need to upload... I have a Plunderstorm video that I want to post that I haven't gotten around to. Where are the tentacles? Are the tentacles really only on that side? Really? Where are the tentacles? Oh, this is really annoying. I guess they're only in this specific little area and they don't surround the entire thing. Alright. But yeah, I'll probably still post the Plunderstorm video just because I think it's fun to watch, even if Plunderstorm is about to end. It'll be a nice way to, I guess, say goodbye to Plunderstorm. My best game of Plunderstorm yet. But... yeah, I kind of wanted to post that earlier, and then I just didn't get around to it. It's a second channel video anyway, which is the main reason that I wasn't super motivated on getting it done. Here, then I was going to do Pestilence. Now I'm going to do Pestilence. Do blood boil. Okay. Where is... Can I pick up the oil off the ground? Yes. Alright, I don't need to kill mobs for it. And... I'm gonna just sack my ghoul to get a free heal. Server shut down in 1 minute 45, because fuck me. We'll get back to it after. Where are the barrels? I should kill mobs around the barrels. Oh yeah, there's a bunch over here. And then I can grip you in. Do Outbreak, Pestilence, and... hello, GFX, Liam Lily 1. Good to see you. My drops for these oil barrels have not been great. Yeah, I'm not gonna risk doing a pull and then it disconnects me in the middle of it. Let me just stretch real quick. I'll pause the timer here. We'll just resume whenever the servers are back up. How's it going? It's going good, or it was going good, and then Blizzard is doing a beta update when I'm in the final 3 experience bars. So that's lovely. Hopefully it's not down for too long. What I'll do, like I said, is I'm going to hop over to Wrath Classic. Wrath of the Lich King Classic. I have to switch over in OBS. Come on. There we go. Yeah, so, oh yeah, my Paladin's currently on Fairlena. I have absolutely no idea where I'm going to play, though, because I know a bunch of people have been asking me what server I'm on. I am playing Classic, yes. I play a lot of Classic. Why am I in Winter Spring? I genuinely have no idea what I was doing down here. I like hardcore. Yeah, I played hardcore up to level 44, and then I just got bored. Well, actually, I think it's probably not necessarily that I got bored, per se. It's that hardcore, understandably, I think, really stresses me out. It is very, very, very stressful playing hardcore, and the problem with it is I really didn't like streaming hardcore. And, like, I'm not knocking people, right? But, like, obviously, every time I stream hardcore, there's, like, a subsection of people hoping that I die. And it's, really, 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 really stressful for me. I have yet to die on stream. I have had one hardcore death, and it was off-stream a level 8 paladin in Elwyn Forest. But, I've never actually died on stream. I came close. I had a few 2% health encounters that I feel I played out of my fucking mind, survived them. I'm just gonna empty my bags, mail stuff to my Death Knight. That way I can run things without worrying about having my bags completely filled. And I'll just sort through that later. Yeah, so I enjoyed it, but that's the thing. It was just very, very stressful all the time, and a lot of times, the way that I enjoy playing Classic WoW, especially like the way Classic leveling works, is I really like to, whenever I get free time, I hop onto hardcore, or not hardcore, I hop onto Classic, I chip away at a few levels. not even necessarily on stream or anything. Just for fun, when I have a moment, I'll just chip away at it. Because it is a very long process, and you're not going to get through it in one sitting. Under all of that... Let's see, this stuff I can mail. And chilled meat, I don't need right now. Yeah, so I like chipping away at it. You can't really do that with hardcore. It's not really a chill out and relax type of thing. So my hardcore character, if that's what you're asking for, what's my level? It is, I believe, 44. When I left off, I was playing a feral druid. I had just finished crafting my wolf's head helm. And that was honestly my main motivation to keep playing hardcore. Because, like, I had been thinking, oh, I really can't wait to get Wolf's Head. I leveled up my leatherworking. I got through all of that. I farmed all of the materials. And then I crafted it. And I'm like, I have no motivation to keep playing. It doesn't help that all of my other friends either died or burnt out. And that's the other thing, right? Like, I was willing to push through it. Not everybody is willing to. So, I had a friend who, no shit, died at level 58 and like 2 bars to 59. He was the only one who actually pushed through, but the thing is, when I stopped playing, he was only level 20-something because he died like 9 times. And every single time he was about to catch up to me, he would die again. And then I would just end up leveling solo. So everybody else I know sputtered out like around the late 20s, early 30s. And then I was leveling completely alone for the last, like, 10 levels. And my other friend who kept telling me that he was going to catch up kept dying. And then by the time that he actually caught up to me, I had stopped playing for, like, a month. And then, as I said, he died later on at, level 58. I think, like, one of these days I'll probably go back and at least try to get level 60 on that, just for fun. I was gonna do that over the winter, and then SOD came out, and then I started playing SOD instead. So, really, my plan with hardcore is, whenever there is nothing going on, I will try to finish my character. But we have Cataclysm Classic about to come out, then we have Mop Remix, then War Within is coming out soon on top of that, and I think Firelands comes out like 2 months after War Within, so I'm gonna have to do that also, so... basically, my schedule is ridiculously packed, and I probably won't have time to play it. But maybe like a year from now, I'll finally have time to finish that hardcore druid. Right. I mostly stream WoW. Well, I mostly make WoW videos. So I don't know if... I'm assuming that you're unfamiliar with my channel. But... mostly I do YouTube stuff, and I usually stream on YouTube. Twitch is just, like, a bonus, basically. Like, I did a YouTube stream where I got this character up to 84, or, well, not this one, but the Death Knight that I was just leveling. Got that up to 84, and I didn't have time to finish it. And, then I did this Twitch stream for just 84 to 85. Because I obviously wanted to finish the run, but the algorithm is really fucky, so... I can't do streams longer than 10 hours because YouTube will delete the recording, and obviously I don't want that to happen. And, I can't do, like, a part 2 stream because that fucks it up in the algorithm, so decided to do it on Twitch. That way it's disconnected from YouTube, and I'll post the recording for anybody who wants to watch it. That kind of stuff. But, yeah, pretty much I only really... stream and make videos for WoW. I play other games, but I don't really make videos for them, because, you know, it's not always easy to, like, do variety stuff, though every now and then. I made, like, a while ago, a few Final Fantasy XIV videos that did decently well. Same with, Total War Warhammer. But it's usually, like, a very one-off thing, like one video a year on a different subject. But I do play all versions of WoW. And I make videos for all versions of WoW. Mostly retail, but also, like, standard classic and then SOD classic. Yeah, it's honestly having Twitch as, like, a thing to stream on for fun is nice. And frankly, if I wanted to do variety streaming, which I might at some point, Twitch would definitely be the place to do it. Because the problem with YouTube is if my channel is dedicated to WoW stuff, and I stream some different game, and it doesn't perform well, then YouTube will basically punish me for it, because the algorithm's a bitch. But if I want to just stream some variety thing here, if only like a small fraction of my audience wants to watch it, that's totally fine. It doesn't matter at all. Would I like to get some professional artwork? Nah, I appreciate the offer, but I don't do like all the fancy stuff, really. I pretty much have always been relatively bare bones as far as like extra streaming stuff goes. Like, I don't use any of the external streaming programs that give you like big notifications or whatever. I just start recording. And as far as videos go, all of the stuff that I do for my videos, I do myself. So I do all my own editing, I make all my own thumbnails, etc. So I have all that covered. But I do appreciate it. It's one of those things, like, if my channel is significantly larger, then I might, you know, invest in that. But currently at this stage, it's like I am not super concerned about it, and the cost to like return ratio on like paying an artist to do like fancy like emotes and things like that, which I know a lot of people do. Like, I don't think that my stream is large enough, even on YouTube, where it's like, you know, a few hundred viewers. I still don't think that's enough to like justify the cost at this point. But I have a few friends who have gotten, like, emotes done. And it's definitely cool. And a lot of them, like, exclusively stream. Like, that's their thing. They just stream, they don't make videos. But the way I see it, streaming is, like, a secondary thing that I just do for fun. And for me, it's mostly about the YouTube videos. Am I running the right builds? I think so. Yeah, I'm running my red setup. The way that I prefer to solo Zul'Gurub is I just do it with ret talents, but with my protection gear. Though I should switch some stuff around. Oh, you know, I wonder. Because I know primary stat matters a lot more in Cataclysm than it does in Wrath. Like, in Wrath, I'm using an agility main hand, and that's actually better for me. I wonder if I'll need to farm a new weapon before Cataclysm. So this has agility primary stat, and I don't know if the stats in this change. I would kind of hope they do. Because, like, I mean, vast majority of people use this are strength tanks anyways. But who knows? You can grow later after some success streams, and then you can try it. Yeah, for sure. Do I play CS2 or League? Definitely not League. I played League years and years and years ago. I think I need to, if memory serves. And then convert to raid, and then I can walk in. Yeah, so I played League a very long time ago. Not really my thing, honestly. Put Juggernaut's Vitality there. And I'm probably good. I'm not going to mess around with my gear too much. Yeah, Heroic ICC is 277, so that's, like, better than High Gel quest rewards, but I think by the time I get to Deep Home, it outpaces this, so I will need to replace it eventually. I'll use Seal of Command for trash, throw this on because I get slight DR, missing of might, and I'll just use a flask, fuck it, why not? CS2, I'm not really a big FPS person. I did play a bit of CSGO, and then when CS2 came out, a lot of my friends who are really into it got me to play it. And, I mean, I'm pretty bad at it, but I'm not, like, terrible. But it's not something that I really wanted to play on my own. I played around with it a little bit outside of playing with my friends, and, like, it was fun, but it's just not really for me. And there's also people who have spent, like, an insane amount of time playing and, you know, practicing their aim and stuff, and I would probably have a lot of work to do if I wanted to really play it. So it's more so one of those games that, like, whenever my friends want to play it, just for fun, as, like, you know, a just chill activity, I will, but not really something that I play on my own. But it can be enjoyable. I did play, years and years ago, there was a shooter called Tactical Intervention, and I actually played that quite a bit when I was, like, in high school. It was, like, relatively small, though, so I'm pretty sure, like, nobody actually knows what it is. What the hell? Oh, I set it to Master Looter, not Free-for-All. I was wondering why it wasn't working. Okay, what am I stuck in combat with? Oh, here we go. But yeah, so I've played shooters before, but I don't know, I've never been, like, a really big shooter player. So in a second, I'm going to turn up the volume on this, because it's, like, really quiet. I forgot how low my volume settings were for Classic. Options, audio. I think this is what I had for Cataclysm. Something close to that. Maybe... I've never tried soloing this on my Death Knight, because I've only ever really played my Paladin in Wrath. I got my Death Knight to 80, and then I just never touched it. And I guess one nice thing is I'll get a little bit of practice for 70 to 80 post-Wrath while leveling up my Druid and Warrior, because I want to do that anyways. So saving that until live servers, you know, 2 birds, 1 stone. Alright. I'm gonna kill this trash just so I don't accidentally pull it later. What the hell? Why is a fucking... I'm just gonna disable RC Loot Council. I don't know why it's giving me pop-ups. I've never seen it do that before. Alright. I should also note that, as far as Zulian Tiger goes, I farmed this a few times just for fun. More just like, why not? Because I actually do have Zulian Tiger on retail. Because back in the day, in like original Wrath, I farmed this all the time because I really wanted it. But if I'm being real, I only ever use Zulian Tiger to flex in retail now. I never actually ride it. It's not a mount that I really care about. So I did a few runs just because, like, hey, if I get it, I get it. But I know a friend who ran this on, like, a shit ton of characters and finally got it a few months ago. And I'm not willing to put in that much effort. I'm not even willing to do it every single week. So I figure I'll do it for fun, just in case. More so because getting it on the final day, like, if it happens, that would be pretty sick. But if I don't get it here, I'm honestly not too upset. And I didn't really care much about farming transmog because a lot of the transmog from Zul'Gurub actually comes back really soon. Like, as early as Mists of Pandaria. So, there's really no rush to get it all farmed. Come on. I'm gonna drink really quick after this. Where is... That restores mana too. I have first aid level on this character. Oh, actually, I never finished. Huh. Yeah, I don't even know how worth it that would be. Maybe if I get first aid max, then I can craft Ember Silk Bandage. I don't know how much Ember Silk Bandages will restore. It'll be interesting to see. I also wonder how Cataclysm zones are going to work. Because I honestly completely forget how the Shattering worked during the pre-patch. I didn't really play enough back in Cataclysm to really remember. But I wonder if it's going to be kind of like SOD, where you can go into the zones early and farm stuff. I'm pretty sure that it'll teleport you out really quick, but like, if you manage to land, kill a mob, and loot the mob, I wonder if you'd be able to farm like Ember Silk Cloth before Cataclysm actually starts, and just have a bunch of it ready to go. I'm sure we'll be able to find out relatively early. So that would be pretty broken if you could. I'm just gonna drink that for now. Also, yeah, I don't have these on my bar. That's the new one. That's my new bomb belt, and I still have that. Is that I have left over from previous stuff. Alright. I'm gonna swap to Seal of Corruption here. I'm going to try to cleave them down. Killing the tigers is usually the first priority, just because once they're dead, they don't come back. This is a little bit annoying just because they all have heals, and at least right now, my only interrupt, until Cataclysm at least, which, you know, yeah. My only interrupt is a spell, and it's on a 1 minute cooldown. And I didn't even have Divine Plea up, so... Get Divine Plea ready. Kill them evenly. Keep my mana restoration going. Arcane Torrent. And then I need to kill them all really quick before they revive. Nice. Now phase 2. Ooh. Alright, cross your fingers. Final attempt, unless I decide to try it on my Death Knight, which I probably won't. Nope. Oh well. I think I don't have Peacekeeper leggings, though. If I recall. So that's at least, you know, one piece of transmog that I've collected. And there's still the Raptor, which I could potentially get. It's nowhere near as prestigious as the Tiger, of course, but... is something. I wonder what else I might want to farm. Probably should have thought about this before the absolute final day. Kata. If I'm being honest, I think part of the reason why I've intentionally been ignoring this is because if I think too much about all the FOMO shit that I might be missing out on, it's just going to cause me too much stress. So I'd rather just accept the fact that I get nothing, and not worry about, like, farming it on multiple characters. That way I don't need to feel bad about missing it. Because it was my choice to not try to get it. But then if I do try to get it, and I farm all this stuff, and I don't manage to get Zulian Tiger after, like, 1,000,000 runs, then I will actually feel bad. So it's like, you gotta go through mental gymnastics to make yourself feel better about the situation. But if it works, it works. I don't think I really care about the appearances off any of the other bosses, so I'll just go for the Raptor and we'll call it at that. And after this, I'll check to see if Cataclysm is back up. And if not, then I'll just find something else to do on Wrath Classic until we're done. Might as well. So hopefully it doesn't take too long, because I did promise some of my friends I'd help them with retail stuff in like 2 hours. So I can't just sit here forever. Nice. I should use command for the trash. Gain torrent just to make it faster. These mobs are going to knock me back. So I want to make sure I don't get bounced, like, into the start of the fight. Ideally, I want to pull all of them together. And then put my back against the wall. Yeah, this should be perfect. Now they're going to charge me, but they're just going to bump me into this corner back here. And I can just keep DPSing. God, I can't move. Nice. Also, another small thing. There are enchants that you can get, shoulder enchants, from the Zandalari tribe. And they are going away in Cataclysm. And until Miss of Pandaria, those are going to be Bis heirloom enchants for a pretty sizable chunk of levels. The nice thing is, if anybody really cares about that, you can still go and farm it right now. Because it's going to be expensive. But the only thing that you need... Actually, it may not be expensive, come to think of it, because... You need to buy the Hakari Bijous and the coins. So these things. Because this gives you increased reputation with the Zandalar tribe. And, like, what's my reputation at? I have Exalted on my Guardian Druid. Yeah, I'm only Honored, so I'm really far off on this Paladin. But you get... As you increase your reputation, there's a turn-in for a bunch of coins, or whenever you break a Bijou, you get a coin. And you basically buy, you get these tokens, and you can buy the shoulder enchants once you have enough of the tokens. And technically speaking, until Miss of Pandaria, the absolute Bish shoulder enchant for the lower level brackets, namely like 60 to 70, is the one from Naxxramas, the Saffron enchant. But like, I mean, those things are so expensive that people were selling them for like hundreds of dollars of real money in TBC and Wrath. Because they were still really, really, really good. So if you applied that to an enchant, Godspeed, but even I didn't go through that much effort. But the The Zandalar Tribe shoulder enchants are almost as good, and they're actually slightly better in the sense that they can be used from levels 50 to 60. Because a lot of the way that enchants work in Classic WoW is it's not like retail where the enchant power will scale with your level. It will have a fixed level, but then it only is active for a set level bracket. One of the reasons why Crusader is so powerful in Classic and why so many people still think that it's really good in retail is in Classic, Crusader, you get like the full effect of it at really low levels. And that's why it used to be really, really, really strong. But a lot of people still think Crusader is really good, but it's been changed, of course. And now the Crusader strength proc on live servers will only give you... I did not mean to use rocket boots. Oh well. It'll only give you like a scaled down version of the strength, so it's honestly not that good. And the way that shoulder enchants tend to work, and a lot of other similar enchants, is they will just not activate until you reach a certain level, and then after you reach that level, you get the full effect of it. So the Zandalar Tribe shoulder enchant is the earliest shoulder enchant that you can actually get. It starts working at level 50. So technically speaking, for alt speed leveling, you're going to want to get one. And previously, it was a little bit annoying because when you had to buy enchants, you would have theoretically needed to, or when you needed to buy new heirlooms, I mean, you would theoretically have needed to buy a new heirloom just to apply that enchant to it, and then a completely separate heirloom to apply, like, the Aldor and Scryer enchants, which are the best at level 70, and then from 80 to 85, I mean, you're not really going to be using your heirlooms technically, but you could, technically speaking, use the, what's it called? The Sons of Hodier enchants at that point. And what was I saying? Oh yeah, but now that we have the collections tab, and we already have this right now in Wrath of the Lich King, you can just create infinite copies of your heirlooms. So if you're leveling characters, you can just create another copy of your shoulders and apply the Zandalar enchant to it. You will need to mail it, of course, to any new character because you can't, like, apply that within the collection. But that means you can have multiple shoulders that you carry around with you. And when you hit level 50, you run your Zandalar shoulders. Hit level 60, you run, if you have it, the Saffron enchants. Level 70, you run the Aldor Scryer enchant, etc. And there's no downside to doing that. And to my knowledge, I honestly haven't tested it, mostly because we'll be able to test it tomorrow. I believe that the enchant still works within Cataclysm, it's just no longer obtainable. So what I personally have done is I've bought a bunch of copies on my Druid, and I have them sitting in my bank. But I might buy a few more just in case. Alright, moment of truth. No Raptor. Alright, well, I didn't get... My bags are already full? God damn. I didn't get anything good. Unfortunate, but... like I said, not too concerned. Toss that. I already have the cloak, so I don't need to hold on to that for transmog. One of the nice things is almost all of my bank space on this paladin is taken up by random old classic items from different dungeons that are going away. And as of tomorrow, I will finally be able to clear out bag space, or bank space. So those will automatically go into my collection, and I can finally vendor them, which will be very nice. Alright, let me check Cata Beta. Cataclysm Classic Beta. time does maintenance... So maintenance starts at 10 a.m. Okay, the Cata Beta is back up. So... yeah, fuck it. My dollar on Hearthstone's not active, but... I get back around to it later. Swap OBS over. Come on. There we go. Alright, now we can finally finish this run. I'm glad that the maintenance was very short. If it was a very long maintenance, this would have been problematic. I'll just kick the timer back on. I have to go in here anyway, so I'll see if there's any barrels. There is. Right. And let me just refresh my buffs. I guess I, technically speaking, got like some bonus rested experience, so I don't think I'm going to end up finishing Twilight Highlands. It probably would have taken me a little bit longer if I hadn't gotten that rested XP, but that amounts to, I don't know, maybe like 30 minutes, an hour saved. So I'll finish this probably at like 10 hours, 45 minutes. And we probably would have hit 11 hours-ish if it wasn't for that rusted XP, but doesn't really matter. Oh, fuck, I'm supposed to be killing these mobs. I did not realize. Let's do that. Let's do that. Death grip you. Where was... which one did... yeah, that one had my diseases. Right. Now I can spam Blood Boil. I think we get all the class changes tomorrow as well, which will be really nice, because if I'm being real, I never actually figured out how to play Blood DK and Wrath. Not that, like, I didn't try and fail, I just never bothered. I got it up to max level, and I actually have a lot of raid gear on my Blood DK because I think I told the story a while ago, but I'm willing to bet like very few people who actually heard it are, you know, still watching this. But I was in a raiding guild for a while during ICC, which is obviously how I cleared up to Heroic Lich King. But the guild was like, it was really weird because simultaneously the guild was ridiculously toxic and the guild leader was a massive asshole. But he was one of those guys where at the very least he respected people who were good at the game and he knew that I was good at prop pally and he wanted me to play Blood DK. So I told him that I had just gotten my Blood DK up to 80 and he said, if I get it up to 80 and bring it to, what do I do for this? Join the assault. Oh, I guess I just mount here. If I brought it to our Trial of the Champion tribute runs, like the 50 chest stuff, he would just give me all of the plate gear, because at that point, nobody actually needed it. So, my Death Knight right now has, like, a few random BOEs that they bought for me that were, like, 500 gold, because, like, this guy literally had hundreds of thousands of gold. And he just bought me a bunch of BOEs, he brought me to a bunch of tribute runs, and I have now a combination of BOE gear, 25 heroic Argent tournament gear, and starter boosted gear. Like whatever you get from the like the early stuff. What the hell? So my Death Knight is, the gear situation on it is really weird. And is there like, there's got to be a faster way to get down to the ground here. It doesn't expect me to slow fall all the way. I'm gonna go for it. Oh, made it. Okay. What do I do? Survive Isarath's defenses. What does that mean? This is a weird quest. I do not remember this one at all. But yeah, so the end result is that currently my Blood DK on Wrath, it has a lot of gear, and I have never actually played it. Because whenever I brought it to the Argent tournament things, I was basically on autopilot. Like, I had really no gear whatsoever. I had no idea what I was doing, and I told them, I honestly felt uncomfortable because I really don't like getting carried, but, like, the dude insisted on it. He's like, I want you to play Blood DK, so I'm going to carry you through these raids. And I'm not going to say no to free carries. So I just didn't die. I literally just walked around, made sure that I didn't die because I had really low health, and they were at least trying to do it deathless. And what I can say is that I never actually died. We did fail the deathless, but it was never because of me. I survived just sitting in the corner, pressing my, like, you know, defensives and stuff, and... Oh shit, that hit hard. And somebody else always ate shit to a different mechanic. So I never did get my, What the fuck is this? There's absolutely no way that this is intended, right? Oh. Wait, you're supposed to die? So I was actually being inefficient by death striking. Okay. Well, now that I know. Can I jump into the water? Pretty sure you just need to watch Deathwing kill everybody here, and then you, like, wake up from a dream. Like, there's nothing I can actually do, right? Yeah. Oh yeah, I remember. That's like the entire idea, right? It's like you watch Deathwing kill everybody, and then Thrall's like, help us, why aren't you helping us? And it's like, you're sitting here, it's kind of like in a dream where you can't actually move or do anything and just watch helplessly. I'm pretty sure that's the point of this quest. Yeah, it should, all that to say, now that I actually know how to play Cataclysm Blood DK, if we do get the class changes tomorrow, and we're basically playing with Cata talents, then I could just hop straight into Icecrown Citadel and tank, because I already know what all my buttons do. Rip Muln, Earth Fury. This is a very long cutscene. Unless there are, like, a bunch of really efficient quests locked behind this, you're probably never going to want to do these quests. I have a feeling that... I assume Release Spirit takes me... Yeah. Wait. Did it break? I think it broke. This guy is also confused. I don't think this quest is working. Yeah, it definitely broke. Oh, well. I think I can get back there quickly, though, because I have my hearth set to Orgrimmar. Actually, here, that's a good bug report. When completing the quest, the World Breaker in Twilight Highlands you die and release in the Maelstrom instead of being returned to the Maw of Iso. There's no way out forcing a Hearth Stone. Comes out in 20 days, people. 20 days. Whew. This is something. Yeah, Oldham I know is relatively efficient, so I think even though it's only level 83, you're probably going to stay there for longer. And the early parts of Twilight Highlands, minus the RP, honestly weren't terrible. So, I have a feeling that you'll want to finish with that. I think, in a perfect world, you probably finish Twilight Highlands with the Crucible of Carnage. I think that works out really well. Because in that way, you're getting here, you're getting all the quests done, and then you just knock out Crucible real quick, boom, you're finished. But pretty much all of the quests after this section just slow down a lot. This stuff has definitely not been fast. Bugs aside, obviously this RP stuff makes it really slow. I don't know if I need to do Krasworks. Krasworks felt iffy. Like, these quests down here were fine, but then the quests over there were, like, not amazing, especially because you have to travel all the way over. And then it did teleport me all the way down here to do that, but then, like, the one where I'm in the turret shooting people felt rather slow, and the follow-up quests weren't really that efficient, so... I don't know. I'll have to do a bit more testing. And, it's not like I have that much time to do a lot of testing, so we'll see how that goes. Oh shit. I have to kill these tentacles, I guess. Alright, and I can mount up here. It seems like this is supposed to indicate that I'm taking ramping damage from this. I'm not noticing any damage. Maybe it's just because my Death Strike is healing through it before it ever makes a real dent. But I'm assuming that when the bar hits 100%, it insta-kills me. So I should probably not fuck around and find out. Okay, that shaman had a bubble. How slowly does it decrease? Oh yeah, that's more than enough. And then I'm hoping that I should have more than enough time to kill off the last two tentacles before my bar reaches full. These things have a lot of fucking health. I really think my weapon upgrade is holding me back. If I do end up playing Blood DK as my first character, I need to figure out where I can get a better weapon. Is it like, maybe there's a dungeon drop? Okay, that's it. So now I can go over here. And how do I kill? Oh. Let's see. I'm pretty sure there are... Oh. Well, the mount shows up. Oh, I wasn't sorting by anything. Okay. So, yeah, Ozarek drops a strength sword. It's a one-hander. Magnetite mirror, I remember, is pretty good. That I don't need. Can I queue for Grimbatol? I think, is that 85? No, it is 84, so I could theoretically do it right now. I could even do... Also, Origination. I wonder if the second half of Uldum is 84, then that is almost certainly going to be more efficient. Vortex Pinnacle. Okay, so no two-handed strength weapons in Vortex Pinnacle. Yeah, none here. That's, Agi. There we go. Run of the Tides, I know there's Whitefin Axe. That's 308 item level. So honestly, farming Throne of the Tides might be a really good idea at lower levels. Just because already this axe would be a significant upgrade compared to what I have. And I got this, like, I think from Deepholm or something. And you can do Throne super early. What level is the Stonecore one? Yeah, actually, the Stonecore one is barely an improvement. That's... because this is normal. The Stonecore one is 316 item level. The Throne one is 308. Wow. Why is it such a small difference? This only requires 78. This one requires 81 and is marginally stronger. And... wow. And yeah, it's literally just those two. I guess Grimbatol drops one, but I can't do Grimbatol until level 84 anyways. I would ideally want to have something better by that point. And you can't do that while leveling up. Yeah, I think the play is definitely run Throne of the Tides a lot, and Throne is a really fast dungeon. Oh, there's an achievement for that. Okay. Odd. Oh, now we're in the Red Dragon section. I remember this part. I get Nightmare Choker. There we go. Yeah, I wonder what other trinkets would be good. Magnetite Mirror, I know, is really good. I think Might of the Ocean. Yeah, Might of the Ocean's also from here. And that, I remember, is absolutely crazy. It's kind of wild how the gear from Blackrock Caverns and stuff is so much stronger. What the hell? Why am I getting attacked? Oh. That's part of the roleplay, I guess. There we go. So... yeah, if I look at the dungeon breakdown, there's definitely a massive jump in the dungeon requirements. I didn't realize Vortex Pinnacle only required 81, which is kind of weird considering Uldum requires 83 as a zone. So there's 80, 81, and then it jumps all the way to 84. So realistically speaking, I'd want to do a lot of dungeons actually right out of the gate at 80, I think is maybe the best play. Now, Caverns isn't necessarily super efficient. You ideally want to hit Throne of the Tides. So maybe the strategy is... Oh, that's tricky. But then also, you don't want to fall behind at the start. Oh, no. I guess Blackrock Caverns isn't terrible. It's just with pugs. It's going to be awful. Vermilion Menders defended. I'm guessing that's just kill a bunch of mobs that are attacking these dragons. Alright. Did I get credit for that? Oh, I see. They're slowly healing up this dragon. So I need to keep them alive until they finish doing whatever it is they're doing. And then... Okay, Questy. Doesn't want to work. Invalid target. Oh. Come on, there we go. Holy shit. I feel like the NPC abilities aren't supposed to be one-shotting everything. Maybe they are, but... That kind of trivializes it. And I don't remember it being like that. But, again, my memory's fuzzy. I'll do the other two reclamations over here. Will I be able to save this mob in time? Ah, shit. Yeah, I want to ditch this dragon, because if I wait here, then the Mender's only going to give me 1 credit. This is a really annoying quest. Yeah, this is a really shit quest. Wow. Please tell me there's another section that I can go to, because if it's just these 2 dragons, then... Holy fuck, who made this? I think it's just those 2 dragons. What the fuck is this quest? Yeah. Alright, well I can say with absolute certainty that there is no universe in which you ever do this as part of an efficient leveling route. We are so far beyond inefficiency at this point. You ditch this way earlier. I wonder if I could also bandage the dragon if I had any, to speed it up a little bit. Okay, pop that over there. What I'll do is, I'll at least finish the questline here, because I'm pretty sure I'm very close to the end. So, since we've already established that you're never going to do this as part of an actual leveling route, and I'm... Like, this is pretty clear-cut. There are times in leveling testing where you can tell that a quest chain is so inefficient that you already know, I don't even need to test the routing on this, I just know for a fact I will never do this, and then you just don't run it again. Other times, it's like a little bit more, like, from Deepholm, I kind of got like an vibe. I could see it being fast if I found a way to route it really cleanly, but I feel like you're going to want to skip parts of it. But here, no fucking shot. Especially since this is the very tail end of the leveling process, and there's tons of other things that you could do before reaching this point. But I'll go through the rest of the process just so we can get an idea of what it'll look like. Now we just sit here and wait. I guess this is something where maybe if you were a healer, you could help them heal the dragon, and that would speed it up a little bit. So something like a druid or a paladin would actually be pretty cool here. I don't know if that would work, but just a theoretical optimization. And it looks like because these quests are painfully slow, we are going to hit 11 hours either way.
I'm listening.
Let's just grab that.
What brings you here?
The quests give, like, better than average experience at the very least. So it looks like Blizzard recognizes that they are very slow. Okay, down there. And I feel like there was... Weren't there some Dragonflight quests where you had to do something in this area? I think it was like part of the Valdrakken Accord campaign. Oh, Tales... Let me make sure I read that right. Tales of a Scrub subscribe with Prime. Thank you very much. I appreciate that. Oh, I see. So the eggs over there I don't touch. I have to collect these eggs and then bring them back to the nest. Ah. Can I get credit for these? There's like a shit ton of mobs here. I kind of want to just press Army of the Dead and hope that all of them attack me. Nice that you got to enable it. Yeah. Apparently you get to enable it after you get affiliate, which I just got right before this stream. I was looking into Twitch stuff, like a week ago or so to see something completely unrelated to that. I forget what I was looking up. And when I opened my account, it said that I could apply for affiliate. Like, apparently there's some... What's it called? There's some conditions that you need to meet before you're eligible. So I checked it off, and then I didn't check back in on that. But then when I went to start this stream, it said, oh, congratulations, you're an affiliate. So, cool. I don't really know what that does for me, aside from, you know, the obvious of it lets people subscribe, which is cool. But either way, it's nice. I'm kind of surprised that I was actually able to do that, because I don't feel like I've done a ton of streams on Twitch so far. So I guess the requirements to reach affiliate are just, like, really, really, really generous. I expected it to take quite a lot longer. But that works out, because, you know, well, I probably will still use Twitch for the same stuff that I've already been using it for, namely, like, bonus streams, kind of like this. It does make me feel a little bit better about doing stuff like that, because I don't need to worry about, like, oh, you know, could I be doing it on YouTube, or, like, am I, you know, potentially losing money? Now it's just like, whatever, you know. I don't need to worry about, like, all the job stuff of it, and I can just do whatever I feel like, instead of having to jump through hoops, which, you know, it's one of those things that I have to think about, even though I hate thinking about stuff like that. I think we're about to get to the part where, like, Alexstrasza wrestles with Deathwing in the air. That's the only thing that I remember from these quests, because I don't think I did them, like, at all. Because there's nothing that you really unlock through these. They aren't tied to any reputations. There's no real advantage to running them.
Smart mouth, huh? This gig ain't so bad. You ever need anything, you know where to find me.
So I probably did them once for Lore Master and then never touched them again. Let me round up a bunch of these mobs. And that's most of them dead. Nice. Okay, I got the cargo key. I do this. Is that? Yeah, that's all the quests. Except I am now stuck in combat with random things. Downside of pressing Army of the Dead in a crowded area. Probably because everybody who is not affiliate costs them money. Yeah, that's fair. I guess they would rather give you the ability to, like, put ads and take subscriptions and stuff, rather than not. I wonder is, like, what is the step up between this and partner? I don't have no idea if you know. But if anybody who's watching does know. See, like, what's the deal with these rewards? I just got a 318 strength helm, literally from the previous quest, and it's giving me another one. Can I have, like, a two-handed weapon instead? I haven't gotten a two-handed weapon in fucking 2 zones, and now we're giving me 2 things back-to-back. Ugh. But yeah, I haven't really looked into how difficult, like, partner is, or whatever. I kind of figure I'll do the same approach that I did for affiliate. You know, if it works, it works. Just, Oh, another quest. I'll just keep doing whatever I feel like doing, and if I happen to get affiliate, or happen to get partner, I mean, then cool. But I don't know how much of a step up in terms of requirements it is. Oh, fuck. Well, I was about to use Pestilence to spread my diseases, and the game said no. In fact, I feel like I should probably invest in Glyph of Pestilence. I feel like I honestly don't use Blood Tap enough while leveling to, and I don't really think I should. Blood Tap is like for generally just mowing mobs down, not super important. So I think for minor glyphs. Oh no, it's a major glyph that I want Pestilence. I definitely want Radius of Blood Boil. That has been very good. I definitely want Glyph of Bone Shield. I guess I gotta drop Glyph of Death Grip. I guess if it's between Death Grip and Pestilence, I can live with my Pestilence not having the largest range ever. Oh, no, 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 no. Shit. They almost killed my disease target before I had a chance to use Pestilence. That would have been bad. You think as a partner you can negotiate your cut and maybe take part in events and stuff like that? Oh, I mean, I would never really do events. I don't care much for that type of stuff, but I mean, I don't know how much negotiation power you really have, though, because from what I've heard, Twitch is really stingy with, like, the cuts that they do. I'm pretty sure YouTube gives me, like, a better cut than Twitch. Not by a ton, but it's marginally better. It's completely different for, like, ad revenue, but, like, for streaming stuff, they have a whole thing. Dragonmaw Gate opens. What the? Alright, well, my NPC army just kind of erases things before I even have a chance. I think we're about to hit the end of the stream. Or, well, we're about to hit the end of the, leveling process. I'll still continue the quest until I reach the end here. Alright, guess I gotta blow it up. At certain paid subscriber levels, you can get like 10% more. That's probably for like really, really big streamers, though. I doubt I'll ever hit that point on Twitch. Unless I decide to, like, fully switch over to Twitch, which I don't really have any plans to do. And even then, it would probably take a very, very, very long time before I ever reach that point. Oh shit, oh shit, oh shit, oh shit.
It's my way or the highway, pal.
How am I not at, like, literally 100%? I am, like, a few 10,000 experience-ish off. I want to get out of combat. There we go. Grimbatol entrance secured. This is the Alexstrasza wrestling quest. You finished a 1 to 10 run you're really happy with. It's uploading now. You'll send when finished. Awesome. I'll check it out later tonight, because, like, pretty much the moment I'm done with the stream, I'm gonna hop onto retail and quickly help some of my guildies with dungeons, but when I get free time later tonight, I will sit down and take a look. I appreciate that, Azuro. That definitely every little bit helps. What do I do? I think this might be one of those where, like, I need to walk on the floor and hit an invisible trigger. You'll check out the rest of the zone after a break? Awesome. Hello? Game? What is going on? I feel like this is bugged. I hope this isn't one of those quests where it's just you have to play Minesweeper until you hit the tiny invisible spot on the ground that gives you quest credit. You're surprised you don't remember any of this? Yeah. It's weird. There's, like, sections of the Cata quest line that I remember vividly, and other parts that I have absolutely no recollection of. Where? Oh, this is...
For the Horde.
Oh, okay.
Big shot, huh?
Oh, is it because I didn't have the Gob Squad with me? I think that's what it was. Yeah, that's what it was. Alright, well now we know. Those boots are worse than what I have, and this should ding me. Are you kidding me? The game crashed! Come on, man! I'm gonna stop the timer, because that was level 85, and it fucking crashed! Fucking hell. Of all the times. I missed that message earlier. It's more something you would do if you're close to that point organically. Yeah, that was... I literally crashed at level 85 as I dinged. Are you fucking kidding me? Alright. Well, now we can do the final quest. Wait! No! Is that... Don't tell me that the cutscene where Alexstrasza wrestles Deathwing in the air... I crashed when that was supposed to play, so I don't even get to see it? Aw, come on. Oh, that is... Oh... That is just really depressing. I'm pretty sure it was that quest, right? Unless, maybe it's this quest. And it plays after. What a shitty time to crash, though. Blizzard, please. Releases in 20 days. Fix the beta. Like, there's absolutely no way that it can launch in this state. It's such a buggy mess. Like, it's fine for a beta, but the fact that it's so close to release, they really need to put in some legwork to fix this up. Where the fuck? Why is it... The turning point is so far. I'm going to trust that the map isn't lying to me, because it has done that before. Sometimes the quest objective is just completely in the wrong spot. And I have no idea why the turn-in point would be all the way down here, but I'm going to trust it. It does look like there's mobs, though, so... Oh, yeah, okay. It did not lie to me. I'm going to dismount. Oh. There is a cutscene. I don't know if this is the cutscene, so I'm going to just let it play. I mean, the speedrun's over anyway, so it's not like it's a time loss. It is crazy how I used to think Alex Strauss's Dragon model was super cool, but compared to Dragonflight's model, it looks so low quality.
But for your own safety, stay back. Kaylin, you too.
I want to say that I haven't seen the cutscene, actually.
Your life isn't yours to throw away, Kaylin. Should I fail, the fate of this world may rest on you.
Also, one of the weird things about old WoW quests is you have, like, Alex Straza with all this super fancy armor, and then there's a dude wearing the Lunar Festival robe, and nothing else. And it's so hard to get attached to a character that is just wearing a generic recolor of the Lunar Festival robe. Alright. Oh, there's Deathwing. Well, it looks like the tree's still fine.
It pains me, Neltharion, but I must end you, as I have ended Malagos.
Sometimes feels like two eras of games mixed in the same scene, yeah. Credit where it's due to Blizzard. I would say they still have that a little bit in MoP. Some of the NPCs in MoP are super basic. From WoD onwards, they did a pretty good job at making all of the relevant story characters have, like, semi-unique models that at least look like they belong in the same scene. Cataclysm definitely is more of a big offender. Wrath, too. Wrath has a bunch of characters like that. But I guess it makes sense. Especially Cata, you know, they had so much work to do. They had to cut corners somewhere.
Precious gift of the Titans wasted.
Then witness my new gifts, bestowed by this world's true masters!
Yeah, the old WoW cutscenes hit different. Even if the content of the cinematics in the new WoW expansion suck, you gotta give the new cinematic team credit. It does actually look pretty good most of the time. It's crazy to think that I actually thought these cutscenes back in the day were, like, really cool. And I was like, oh, that's epic. And nowadays, it's just so basic.
Don't let them out of sight! Quickly!
But yeah, Cataclysm, I think, for its time, is a phenomenal expansion. I think it gets way too much flack. Okay, and it looks like I didn't miss the Alex Straza wrestling Deathwing thing. Because I'm pretty sure that happens during this quest. I don't actually remember what the quest is. It looks like I'm killing 8 dragons. The only thing I remember about it is the wrestling bit. Any second now I'll be able to control the dragon. It was awesome at the time. You remember how hyped you were about it all? Oh, yeah. Cataclysm was like the first time I was ever excited for a major game release. Admittedly, I was 11. No. When did Cataclysm come out? Cataclysm launch date. Came out 2010. So I would have been... I guess I would have been 12. Almost 13, but yeah. I would have been 12 when Cataclysm came out, so it was one of the first major game releases that I was like, you know, old enough to really play. And it was the first time that I ever woke up at midnight for a game release. Also, I don't know what's happening with the controls here. It's probably really hard to tell just by watching me play, but the movement feels really good. Like I'm not in control of all of it.
You're coming apart.
I can like angle the dragon and stuff, but then randomly my camera will just lock and it'll turn me in a different direction. I don't really know what's happening. Yeah, like what the fuck? Why are the controls for this dragon are fucking janky? Yeah, I think I've told this story before, but I remember my dad wouldn't let me stay up at like midnight. It was either midnight or 1 a.m. my time when it launched, but he let me wake up at 3 in the morning. Oh, there we go. There it is. Oh, goodness.
There! They've fallen!
Reminds you of a boss fight people were flying against the invisible skybox because it was so janky. Yeah. I forgot about Deathwing just slowly falling in the background.
Stay still. Your wounds are great.
The Black Aspect's blood is cursed. Wherever it was shed, nothing will grow for 10,000 years. But it is over. We can work now to bottle up the horrors he has unleashed.
Might be Malagos, I'm not sure.
He lives!
What is that, like, sitting position that Alex Strauss is in?
Mortal! Take the Dragon Queen.
She has no movement. It's a static position where her head's turned. That must be some custom animation.
I will delay the aspect of death. Take her to safety. Go!
Deathwing's just fucking sidestepping all over the place. Yeah, I'll be honest. There are some cutscenes from Cataclysm that are as cool as I remember. Like the entrance to Deepholm is still pretty cool. The whole like Garrosh, get off my ship at the start of Twilight Highlands, that was sick. This one, not quite as good as I remember it. It's a little bit shaky. And I get 333 stuff. Oh, what the fuck? It immediately chucked me on here. What am I doing? Join the assaults on the Black Dragon flight. Okay. I'm gonna be honest, I thought that was the end of the chain. At least in my memory, that was the end of the chain. What's this quest? Twilight Rune of Earth. Oh no, and aren't there like, there's a bunch of quests down here in Crush Ridge? Yeah. Oh yeah, there's like a lot of other stuff past that, huh? And this isn't even leveling stuff, because this is like a level 85 quest. I suppose you could probably do this while leveling if you really wanted to, but I'm pretty sure the only way that you would ever reach this quest without having hit max level is if you had literally no rested experience and you went into Twilight Highlands the absolute second that you hit 84. And you dropped everything. Because I went here pretty early. I had a decent amount of rested XP, but...
What brings you here?
yeah.
I'm listening.
This falls outside the scope of leveling, so I'm probably just gonna stop here. I'm also... I wanted to see the Alexstrasza thing mostly, and I figured I'd at least check out the rest of that leveling quest chain, but I honestly don't remember how far this goes. I think I've maybe done this entire quest chain once ever, probably because it is a max level quest chain. So I don't recall, and I don't know if it's going to suddenly take a really long time, and I need to go make dinner and then help my friends with... Oh, what the fuck? Christy Golden got fired? Wow. Well, that sucks. Damn. Well, yeah, anyways, so quickly to reiterate the plans and stuff. Tomorrow, I don't really know what I'm going to be able to do on like Cataclysm. I guess we're kind of already in Cataclysm Classic starting tomorrow. Because once the old world is gone, I don't really think you can call it Wrath Classic, even though it is technically speaking the pre-patch. It might as well be Cataclysm. So, I definitely want to play it. The problem is, right now, on the launcher, it says... so we expect the game to be available again at 3 p.m. Pacific. So, 3 p.m. Pacific is 6 p.m. my time. I have raid at midnight, and... that means I have 6 hours, a theoretical 6-hour window to play. Now, one of the nice things about that is it does mean that theoretically, because retail servers will probably be up much earlier, if I check the retail maintenance, yeah, they expect retail to be up at noon. So, I have, technically speaking, 6 hours to play retail, 6 hours to play Kata before my raid time. And I could probably get everything that I need to do before retail raid done in those 6 hours. I do have a video that I would like to post tomorrow. I'll probably be able to get it done. It's a really simple video. I don't really plan on doing a ton of editing for it, but we'll see. A lot of times I think something's simple and then it spirals out of control. But honestly, it's one of those videos where if it does end up taking me a while, I'll probably just scrap it. It's not a very important one. So assuming I'm able to get all my raiding stuff done before the Cataclysm servers go live, I would like to play that in my limited time before retail raid. But I'm not going to stream it on YouTube, partially because if I do end up uploading a video, I don't want it to conflict. So I'm going to not schedule one just to be safe. I'm not going to stream on YouTube on Wednesday. I might stream on Twitch tomorrow whenever I'm leveling my character. It kind of depends. It's, really iffy. I think if a lot of my friends on retail ends up leveling characters on Classic, and I'm leveling in a group with them, I will probably not stream because I'd rather just make sure that, like, I help them get familiarized with Kata, because the last thing I want is for them to, like, get frustrated because they don't understand something and I'm, like, trying to juggle, like, the stream and helping them. So, If they do end up leveling characters tomorrow, which I'm not sure they will, but if they do, I will focus on that. If it's just me leveling my goblin on my own, then I will probably stream on Twitch. And I don't know if I'll stream... I'm definitely not going to stream on Wednesday, either on Twitch or YouTube, just because I have sod stuff to do in the middle of the day, so there's just no consistent block of time I can stream. I will maybe stream on Thursday, but it would be on Twitch. And the earliest that we'll have a YouTube stream would be Friday. Maybe. It's either Friday or Saturday, and that will be the Paladin speedrun. Paladin 80 to 85, which should hopefully be considerably faster than my Death Knight. Because obviously, I've learned a bit now, and while there were a few times here where I'm just like, fuck it, I'm just going to keep plowing through the quests just to test it, now I know which quests are efficient, which quests aren't, and on my own time, over the next few days, I'm going to try to do another 80 to 85 run on a Guardian Druid. I will record that just in case I need to use it as background footage, but that is not a run that will ever end up on YouTube or anything, because it's probably going to be, whenever I have free time, like very late at night, I will log in and like do a level on my Druid, just because I need to start getting testing done. And if I force myself to record and talk and stuff whenever I'm doing leveling, it's just going to be ridiculously hard for me to find the time to get all my testing done. So inherently, I need to do some testing that's just Netflix on the second monitor, blast through the quests without having to like worry about doing a video at the same time. But yeah, that's like at least the plan for the next few days. And I guess I'll end by saying that if you are looking to get geared up in Retail Season 4, I did just earlier today post my alt catch-up guide, which is on the main channel. And for people watching on Twitch now, the recording of this particular stream will be uploaded to the second channel, which I'll throw a link to that in case you aren't familiar with it yet. It'll be posted there. So if you miss like the start of the stream, you'll be able to watch the full thing over there later tonight. Videos on that second channel take quite a while to encode because YouTube has like a very slow upload and processing speed for smaller channels. So usually I throw it up there and then a few hours later, whenever it's ready, I publish it. Very good video. Thank you. I'm glad you found it helpful. I put a lot of work into that one, so I am glad that people seem to be enjoying it. But yeah, so overall, 11 hours, I think, for my very first run with absolutely no consumables, no heirlooms. Well, obviously no heirlooms, but no raid gear or anything special like that. I am quite happy with this. I had no idea what to expect. I thought it could take as long as 15 hours. I think early on, if you watch like part 1, some people were saying like projections of around 12 to 15 hours is what it might usually take. So 11 hours given these conditions, I'm happy with that outcome. But yeah, anyways, thank you guys for stopping by the stream. And if you want to know when I'll be streaming again, I will post updates in Discord. But that is it for me now. Peace.